shadows, cloaked and haunting me, cold hand touching me, fear overwhelming me, tapping at my window. I can't bear to open my eyes, a breath on my neck, floating apparitions everywhere. Go to sleep with the light on, I wake up paralyzed. Ghostly apparition hovering over me, asking what it wants to know. I'm shaking now, it calls out my name, cloaked and haunting me, cold hand touching me, fear overwhelming me, tapping at my window. I can't bear to open my eyes, a breath on my neck, floating apparitions everywhere. Go to sleep with the light on, I wake up paralyzed.
A bleak December, Edgar's raven. Nevermore came a rap and a gentle tapping, the ghosts of embers lying on the floor, wishing for tomorrow, my sweet Lenore, nameless there forevermore. The silk and purple curtains drew out my fear like terror I never felt before, brought back to my wonder, who could be at my door? Is it a man or a woman I implore? A darkness there and nothing more. Out like a light that night, a rapping came, tapping at my door. Is this the end? Forevermore. Into the darkness I gazed, a stood fear and doubt, a nightmare it seems, but only a dream. The stillness and silence unbroken, till I whispered Lenore and your name came back. Only this and nothing more. A burning in my soul as I turn from the smile growing as I gaze upon its beauty. But the grave it wore, I beckon thee from the chamber door. Spoke the raven, nevermore. My gaze upon the raven, the word it spoke meant nothing. Even the word was a bore. For this bird named Nevermore. As I travel this life alone, two paths both unknown. For what already has this life shown? The first step I diverge from normalcy. No paper cut out life for me. I did it my way, not much more to say. Less traveled, dark and cold, I came upon a fork in the road. I pondered, both mind free. The fall had come, for yellow is the autumn tree. Both I long to travel, for I'm but one. I could not see, for both were bent. And canopy, where will destiny lead me? The first step I diverge from normalcy. No paper cut out life for me. I did it my way, not much more to say. I began my journey on the road less traveled. Regret haunts me at times, looking back wondering where the other path myself would find. But both paths are traveled equally, for many take the zombie road to normalcy, and others seek individuality. From the wear on the trail it appears 50-50. With every footstep came pitfalls and risks, rewards and opportunities. Looking back, what did I really miss? The first step I diverged from normalcy. No paper cut out life for me. I did it my way, not much more to say. darkness I travel, my eyes upon a house disheveled. Walking the halls, all the pain I see, paranoia and anxiety. Usher was telling me, paranoia rising, the house is hearing, influencing spirits haunting, the house of Usher is falling. I can't how it can be, the house the leaves it's possessing, books and songs to help calm, the words brought sounds from beyond, mental illness growing thin, something's under his skin, what is he hearing? Paranoia rising, the house is listening, influencing spirits haunting, the house of Usher is falling. Plans not fair, we left her there, a tomb cold, but for her it could not hold. Paranoia rising, the house is listening, influencing spirits haunting, the house of Usher is falling. Usher's ghost, the house's host, like the wind she flew in from the cradle, no one could save, soon the grave, the house of Usher would but cave, her body on mine, we both lost to insanity's time. Paranoia rising, the house is listening, influencing spirits haunting, the house of Usher is falling.
Sweet, sweet Alice, step through the looking glass, step through the looking glass, whimsical but logical, peculiar, strange, a white rabbit with a clock on a chain. He's late for a very important date, but I must follow, I must know where the white rabbit goes. Skeleton keys open everything, a wonderland key to change everything. Door a chain. He's late for a very important day. But I must follow, I must know where the white rabbit goes. Friend or foe, the caterpillar, no smoke. Rings of wisdom, magic mushrooms in this kingdom size to control. Alice continues her stroll. Peculiar, strange, a white rabbit with a clock on a chain. He's late for a very important day. But I must follow, I must know where the white rabbit goes. Red-headed sea party so bizarre, and everything is strange by far, confusing and absurd. The conversation is a blur. Nonsensical riddles like playing a grasshopper as a fiddle. Why is the raven like a riding desk? I'm sure the answer is somewhere in the middle. It's all in perspective to say what you mean and to mean.
All right, guys. Sorry about that. Work. I had a bunch of stuff to do. Oh, man. Let me get some behind here. Oh, like I said, man, I wish I could do this full time, but I got a business. I got a job. Gate malfunction. One of our sites. Not good. Got a lot of people in here in the chat. Let me bring on co-host. What's up, Dick? How you doing?
Good evening, sir. How are you? Gate jumped out and bit you, did it?
Hang on.
No worries.
Everything's tangled up in here. All right. There we go.
How are you, buddy?
Not very professional today, I can see.
You're all right, bro.
Funny because did you guys see what Shade Viking put in PRT News? He was saying, and the chat GPT, whatever it's called.
Yeah, that was
it was
pretty
talking,
unreal.
but it was funny because it was talking about my professionalism.
Amazing.
And I'm over here like, I just broke my straw. Oh. So.
And the gate jumped out and bit you today, did it?
Oh, dude, I ended up, okay, so I ran to get a shake, and I ended up having to sit on the phone. Couldn't get up here because the maintenance guy at one of our sites couldn't get the guard, couldn't connect with the guard, and it's a mess. So we have two different places that just hit at one time. Now, tell me that's not a coincidence. That is not a coincidence. So a gate at one of them, it was malfunctioning. And at another site, 20 minutes later, we have a gate that just came down and was stuck halfway.
Really?
And somebody hit it. Like, I'm not going to talk about these people, but how stupid are you? Like, I mean, today, it's this day and age, like, stupidity has gone to another level. If people don't see it, dude, I mean, how dumb are you? You see the thing, it's right, like it's down, like, you know. I wish I could say the name of the place. I could probably even tell you the name of the resident.
You know, the average IQ of the citizenry now is 86.
Yes. I thought it was like
That's
88 or 89. I was hoping for more.
I was gonna say, yeah, I know.
Bad, but then the maintenance guy is looking for the guard, and the guard is like dealing with another problem because get this, somebody got bit by a dog, and it was a little dog. It was a little dog that had its rabies shots, everything. But the person's making a federal case out of it, so the guard's up there trying to diffuse the situation.
Amazing.
It's a nice high-rise apartment, and so yeah, it's pretty bad. Like, the dog was in somebody's arms, and the person got too close, and the dog bit the person. So the guard she was kind of like telling me, "Look, man, this is bullcrap because that person shouldn't have been that close to her."
Right.
So I don't. I'm just like, so while they're dealing with that, a gate is messed up in the maintenance guy calling me. So when two things like that happen at one time, it's rare. So I didn't know that I was talking to the wrong maintenance guy. I was like, "Look, your gate is whatever." And he goes, "Well, somebody hit it." And I was like, no, it's just malfunctioning. It's not going down, so nobody could have hit it. And he's like, "I'm right here." And a person has driven their car into the gate. So the person's standing there, and you can hear this guy in the background, and he's like, I thought my car was low enough.
Amazing.
And he's like, "Well, you have a Camry, but it's not." And then I could hear it. And I said, "Well, excuse me, who is this I'm talking to?" And when he said his name, then I was like, "Oh my God." I said, "Which property are you at?" And he says this. And I told him, I said, "That is impossible." He goes, "No, it's not. I'm looking right at it." I said, "No, I didn't mean that. I mean, it's impossible because that just happened at another place, except they didn't drive into it." So all of this happens, folks, get this, while I'm trying to get on the show. Yeah. So sorry for being late. I never would have left people hanging for 17 minutes, but I was on the phone and I had to deal with this. And Anthony was up here and he's afraid to get on the show by himself.
It
He's
happens.
like, "Nobody likes me. They think I'm ugly."
I didn't say all that. I said that.
I told him I did reinforce this, though. It's called negative positive reinforcement. No, hold on. Let me
said
speak.
People
and then you can
join the show for you.
Yeah, but you know what? Let me explain my negative positive reinforcement. And
then you're like, "Oh, just carry the show for a little bit."
Here's what I'm going to say, folks.
End up losing people.
Negative positive reinforcement. Let's bring on King G and Dragon Paul here, guys. Hang on one second. I got to say something though. Let me say something. I've always done a negative positive reinforcement. What that is me saying, "Anthony, you are not ugly. You are not hideous." Now, to me, I mean, maybe, but to the average person, they look at you and they think, "You're not an alien. You're not an ugly, weird cosmic creature that came out of a dark pit. No, you're not that."
Uh-huh.
That's me. That's me. I tell you that.
That's what you are?
But yeah, what you are. Yeah, exactly. So I tell them, I said, "Look, but even though you're ugly to some people, God loves you. Jesus loves you." See, that is the negative positive being part for you. And then you got to tell them, "Look, that's all that matters, man. Being ugly, that's just part of life. But Jesus doesn't
tell me about it."
Yeah, exactly. I can see it in you too. Look, it's like Jesus loves you guys.
Of course.
Not everybody can be as good looking as me.
Yeah, but like I'm not insecure about my looks at all.
The other day, a woman said, "You look like a squinty-eyed Cabbage Patch," and I'm like, "What are you talking about? I am the best looking Cabbage Patch doll in the whole building, lady."
Hey, the best looking kid on the orphan train, eh?
from the Tartarian Society. Oh, but you got to take the good with the bad. I looked at her and I said, "You know what? The Cabbage Patch doll in 1984 was the most sought after toy in history." So
there you go.
Are you saying that I'm a blast from the past?
Those things creeped me out when I was a kid.
Well, they creep people out. So do I. I have a show where I creep people out every night, and it's what it is. After everything that just happened, the life kicks you in the ass. You got to remember one thing, folks, and this is true. Not even joking. God is still there.
Amen.
He still loves you. Jesus loves you. We're all ugly. Okay, we're all ugly by our sin, and Jesus still loves us.
And the truth.
And only God knows why. Yeah, somebody says, Liz says, Cabbage Patch dolls were ugly, but ugly. Yes.
Didn't they close their eyes whenever you laid them down?
No, I don't know what you're talking about.
That was a different doll.
My sister, your mom, and them had them. They all had them. Them little creepy dolls. They didn't close their eyes. I know because I threw them against the wall many times. I threw it, and my little cousins had them and everything. I was, you know, I didn't like those things. I used to be like, you're idolaters. Why do you have these? And my sister's like too old to even be playing with that. She says, I just want to collect it. I was like, no, you don't. Why is it sitting in the little chair over there? What are you doing?
Yeah, why are you brushing its hair?
They had one called a bait. Is it a baby talks a baby? I don't remember what it was. It would talk though. And then I had my
They
friend
had one that would like pee.
No, I don't remember that. I remember Teddy Ruxpin though.
Yeah, like those damn Teddy Ruxpins talking without the batteries in and shit. My buddy's Daryl had one that talked without the batteries in it too. Yeah.
What about you, Anthony? You remember the Furby?
Yeah.
You had one, and it sat in my study. And my mother, I had a study that I rented from my mom, and I just did it because she needed help, and she had surgery, and she was out, and so I didn't want to share an office with my mother. Okay, but I did. Because she needed the help, and she didn't like me to just give her money. She wanted to be able to, because then she wanted to be able to say, oh, well, I gave you something, you know, whatever. So I rented a study from her, and she had a Furby in there. And it was Anthony's Furby. And I remember just sitting there, and it would make noise. And it kept doing it. This is a true story. I probably said this on the show before. It kept doing it and kept doing it. And I was like, something is not correct here. And so finally I had enough, and I took it. And when I picked it up, it was really light. And I can't wear that bracelet. I do not like this bracelet. Be gone from me, bracelet. And so I said, it's very light. And I opened it up, and there were no batteries.
Right.
My mother comes home, and she is freaked out, but she was one of those people who like to rationalize things because she didn't like dealing with paranormal, even though she did deal with it her whole life. She didn't like dealing with it. So she says, oh, there must be some kind of residual energy in there. I'm like, yeah, there's energy in there. All right. Demonic. So I took it and I put it in the spare bedroom. And, you know, I told Anthony when he came over, I said, dude, get your little doll creature. It's in there in the room. I don't like that thing. Hold on one second.
It's like when you go into Toys R Us now, and the first display that you see is all Ouija boards, and it's a humongous pile of Ouija boards. Yeah. For children only. It's unbelievable. What are they trying to say? Yeah.
Yeah. So King Groove, what's going on with you? What's going on with the dragon over here? What are you guys up to today? Can you guys hear me? I can barely hear you. I think the Cabbage Patch took them.
Hey, they called you a Cabbage Patch doll. At least they didn't say you were a Garbage Pail Kid. Shit.
Right?
You know what I'm saying?
Garbage Pail Kids were cool because you had the
Amazing.
cards. All my little friends collected them, but I collected sports cards. And my dad and mom were just like, you're not collecting those too. We don't have money for you to get all of the, you got to make a choice. And so I said, okay, I'll collect sports cards. But I got some Garbage Pail Kid cards when I was young too. I'd get them. But yeah, because I know by your Optimus Prime logo there that you probably were from the 80s.
Oh yeah. You were just saying something about 1986.
Yeah, 84 it was.
Okay.
The Cabbage Patch doll. I think it was 84. Wasn't it 84? Somebody could look that up because I might be stand corrected. The other day, I made a statement, and boy, the ops, they pounced right on me. They said, look at that. He's lying. Because I said that the house cat had like an 80%, whatever. And I'm wrong. It was actually 60%. And it was technically not a house cat. It was a cat called a Blackfoot, but it looks like a house cat to me.
Oh, heaven forbid you get something wrong.
Well, it's like a wild version of a domestic cat. Like it's like domestic cats got out and they bred and became this kind of like separate species, but they look just like a house cat. But when I looked at it and my eyes, when I read up close, sometimes I can't, but it said 60%, not 80. So I was wrong. Okay. But big deal. I mean, the bottom line is I see my cats hunt all the time and they don't need to. I mean, they have food and they have everything. They're pretty much living a pretty good life, but they will jump on a bug. And if they see a bug outside, they will stand there by that door. And if somebody opens it up, and somebody inevitably will, they'll run and jump on it. And then they'll bring it back in. and then you'll find the little carcass of the cicada or the water bug or whatever it is. You know, they're destroyed.
Water bug, huh?
Yeah, we have those in Texas, man. They get like this big.
Why you trying to be polite? It's a damn cockroach. You know it.
No. It's not a cockroach. A cockroach is something that they get in Oklahoma. They get those in Oklahoma in people's trailers.
Oklahoma? There's only 2 things in Oklahoma, boy.
No, these are water bugs for sure, man. No, it's called a water bug because it doesn't even look like a cockroach. And if there's one, there's not like a million of them. You'll see one.
Okay.
Now, they don't get into my house, thank God, because they're creepy, scary looking things. I'm not scared of them, but like if you saw this thing, it looks like a demon, dude. You would not want that in your house.
No,
what we do get though is June bugs. June bugs are really they're everywhere right now, dude. They're all over the place, and they're peaceful. They have little people don't like them when they touch you because they have like little claws. Hi, Amy, how you doing? They have these little, and so when they walk on you, they have these little like pincher like little feet, and they feel so weird. You're like, but they don't bite, they don't do anything. Say Nemesis says, I hate June bugs. Why do you hate June bugs? They don't bother you. What are they doing wrong?
Yeah, I don't even kill them. I just pick them up and take them outside.
Yeah, if they get into the house, we just escort them out. Now, if a water bug gets in my house, that thing's dying.
Yeah.
Where the water bugs are is outside near the hose. They're literally water bugs because they're found near water. Yeah, that's what they are.
Go figure.
Yeah. So Tiffany Field says, Wolf, we have things called palmetto bugs here in South Carolina.
Bro.
Chaplain Tony, what's going on? Everybody jumping in tonight.
Hey, Tony.
How's everybody doing? Dragon Paul, you got something happen? What's going on with you, Dragon? You gonna say hi?
Yeah. Hello. Can you hear me?
We can't hear you, Dragon. Say it again. What did you say?
Hello, can you hear me?
No. We can barely hear what you're saying.
Oh,
We didn't hear a word you said. You're gonna have to shout.
Keep shouting.
Shout. Let it all out. These are the things that
We could do without.
Yeah.
Why are you shouting?
am I shouting or are you guys playing with me?
We're playing with you, Dragon. We're messing
Oh, okay. Cool.
with you. You know I'm a bubble, so
I kind of do know that.
Somebody needs
Hello,
to get a hold of
everybody.
Chato, man. Chato, we're
My
gonna
bad.
put you on television with that weird story you had from when you were in the military, Chato. Get in touch with me, man. I need you. Yeah. So what is everybody doing tonight? I guess Dick, you're on normal with us, like normal. So
Yes,
I guess who was on first? It was King G. And so what do you got going on tonight, G?
Oh man, I just been on twice with you guys before, and we always get to trading Texas bouncer war stories and a bunch of other shit, and we get off topic of the paranormal stuff. So I figured I'd go on and get that out of the way, and be done with it.
So shout out to Abe. Abe, what are you doing, Abe? Abe, jump on if you want to jump on. I haven't been able to jump on with you lately because I've been working. I just broke this one. 2 broken gates, 2 broken straws. Something's going on.
Wow.
Look at this. Look at this. Well, I'm just going to have to deal with it.
You know, the universe is against you when, eh?
Yeah, but you know what, though? God is with me. That's all that matters.
Amen.
I always say that. Just like Anthony with his ugly problem. He's like, I'm so ugly.
But I don't think that though. You think that.
But you should think that.
You're like the only person in the world who thinks I'm ugly.
Dude, what is with the youth these days that think that they're good looking?
I don't even think that. I just know that I'm not like a hideous monstrosity.
Why?
Aren't you like 6'4" too, Anthony?
Because people tell you
Yeah.
that to make you feel better?
Yeah, that alone will get you all the
Oh
chicks.
yeah,
these
so
days.
many people go around telling me that I'm not a hideous monstrosity.
Madeline tells you that.
Yeah, but like people don't tell me, hey, you're not ugly. Like I just know that I'm not ugly. Like I don't feel like I'm ugly.
The other day I heard him on the phone with Maddie. He's like, tell me I'm not ugly.
Sure.
He's like, oh, yeah, well,
Yeah, because that's what I'm desperate for is
attention, validation of your existence.
Validation from the world.
Yes, young people need validation of their existence, folks. We all know.
I need
this.
validation from a world that's barely even real.
Yep.
Well, it's real enough to make me have problems with 2 gates and 2 broken straws. What does that tell you?
Damn.
That was good timing. So we almost got 300 people in here, so we can start cracking them. Let's see what we got going on. King G, go ahead and tell your stories, man. Dick, stop interrupting. Stop.
Sorry, buddy. I'll shut up.
Always the same. Just
What a dick.
I know. He's talking. He talks ad nauseum.
No, he kind
Don't be a Richard.
of looks like a Fear Factor Joe Rogan to me. Like a young dude. That's what he looks like.
I'm 6 foot though. He's like 5'2".
King G's like, hey, look, y'all white people all look alike to me. I don't know.
Well, you know what? I ain't gonna lie. I did think that Lieutenant Falcon and Flint looked alike. So I don't know. Maybe
They
just
did.
me.
They
See?
drew them that way.
See there? Okay.
No, it's not. But you know, though, my favorite G.I. Joe, you'll never guess. There were two.
Sergeant Slaughter.
No, hell no, I never liked him.
Spirit.
Spirit was my favorite. My number 2 was Storm Shadow. It was Spirit, Storm Shadow, what's his name? Leatherneck and Roadblock. And then I like Duke too.
Yeah.
I didn't like when Falcon came along because I was like, why is he? Who is that? Because the first generation was just Duke was the leader.
But
I like
Lieutenant
Destro.
Falcon. Go ahead.
I like Destro because he was so diabolical.
Yeah.
Oh no, you talking about the bad guys? Yeah, Destro, because Destro was like he was part of Cobra, but not really. You know, that's me. I don't throw myself into.
He's a rogue.
I hate to say this, but no disrespect to Amy, but she kind of looks like the Baroness right now.
Really?
That's with a tan,
That's a
with a beautiful
compliment and
tan.
a half.
Yep.
I know my next cosplay costume. Not that I cosplay, but you know, Halloween.
But
Halloween.
not that you do, but if you did, you'd be there on the Baroness. Yeah, okay.
Who was that? Was that Scarlet or Lady J who pretended to be Baroness to fool Destro that time? Remember?
Well, I think it was Scarlet.
Okay. Anyway,
Yeah, Destro and her. And then when I was young, for some reason, I just thought that it was a mismatch. I thought that Major Blood should have been her boyfriend.
I hate him.
It's just weird.
He's such a. I just couldn't stand it. It was enough of them damn accent British Australian motherfuckers. Like, look, you know what I'm saying? Zartan and the Dreadnoks. That was cool, but he just got in the way. I didn't like Major Blood. I don't know, man.
Yeah, and then the dude, what's his name? The bald guy with the monocle.
Dr. Mindbender.
Dr. Mindbender. There you go. Yeah, I remember.
The Monopoly guy.
So now they're saying the Monopoly guy never had a monocle, which I know is bullcrap.
Oh, yep.
Mandela effect, baby.
That's the Pringles man.
Yep.
Well, yeah. No, my story tonight was in back in the I want to say mid '90s when I actually saw the devil. So you might want to get your popcorn for this one. It's not a long story.
Okay, so you met Hillary Clinton in person.
That's wrong. No. No, it wasn't.
I saw
Like,
that.
are you trying to get me to kill yourself? Because that's how you try to get me to kill yourself.
I saw that movie of her and Umid Habedine that was on Wiener's laptop. I'll go no further on that one. Most people know what that one is. I know.
Horrible.
That was the worst thing I've ever seen.
So there was a lot of carpet and a lot of munching going on, huh?
Oh no! Well,
No,
I wish it was that. I wish it was that, bro.
It was worse than that.
I wish it was that.
You know, I only like it when it's some hot chicks. I don't like it when it's like them ugly. You know what I'm saying?
No, we're not gonna go there.
Barbara
We're not
Bush.
gonna go there.
I'm sorry. I'm just I
We're
don't.
gonna be like tonight on Paranormal Roundtable. They were judging.
I mean, like imagine like Big Bird and Oscar the Grouch
lady
butt
was like,
naked. That's not cool.
The Baroness, and she came on, and they were talking dirty. And
I didn't know what she looked like.
they had a chaplain on there. They were trying to corrupt him.
Oh my
His
god!
glasses were getting all fogged up. Yep.
Is that you as the Baroness?
Yep, that's
Oh, wow.
her.
Oh my god! I do.
Yeah.
What the hell? I didn't know
Oh,
who
wow.
she was, but now I know.
There you
You're
go.
too young. You wouldn't know who that is.
It's a parallel universe. You.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Send the link to Abe if he wants to jump on.
I can never get on Abe's show on StreamYard, man. I can never hear what they're saying.
Really?
Yeah, it's weird.
When I jump on, I'm always doing my patrol. I have to try to time it, and then I gotta be, you know. So what happened to you? You saw the devil. Tell us about this. What happened?
All right. Me and my cousin, we were 15 years old, also part of the same team that went state in the year 2000 in football. So we didn't win, but we went state though, just so you know. So anyway,
Wow.
we were 15. Yeah, we played. A matter of fact, the dude and the team that beat us, he ended up being like an all-star for the NFL for the Chicago Bears. So, and Green Bay and all that other. So like we got beat by, you know what I'm saying, somebody who nobody could beat him. He was like the damn Ken Shiro of football at the time.
Shiro. This is the North Star.
Oh man, that dude, yeah, but that's a whole other story.
Mm-hmm.
I'm telling you. But no, we were outside chilling, I guess on my car. Well, I guess at the time my dad's car, because I was only 15, and we were outside. You know, we were smoking, we were chilling, and it was very quiet that night. It was unusual that it was that quiet, because usually, you know, you would hear something. This was like in the north side of Houston back in the day, and I just didn't hear nothing. It was quiet. There was no cars going down the street or nothing. You know, about maybe 9:30, and all of a sudden, it was almost like this portal opened up to the right of us down the street.
Crazy.
Like the sky in the middle of not that high off the ground, maybe like from 20 feet in the air all the way down to just above ground level. It just opened up like a bright flash of not white, but off-white looking light, off-white. And it was like off-whitish, kind of a little bit yellow looking, and it was weird. So when it opened up, these two beings came out, and one of them, literally, it was the devil. And I guess it was him and a high-ranking, like we knew it was weird. They weren't talking to us, but we knew without them talking to us. Does it make any sense? And it wasn't telepathy. It was like our divine senses, because we were both devout Christians at the time, heavily into the Bible and everything. So it was like we just knew, like the Holy Spirit was telling us, like, this is who this is. It was like Lucifer and one of his top, angels. So they started riding by us, and it was almost like, you remember how people used to pump people on a bike when they were young?
Uh-huh.
They were riding like on top of each other, like almost at like an angle. Like imagine the left corner of a triangle and then the top part of a triangle. And that's how they were like at an angle, riding almost side by side, but kind of like two jet fighter planes to be riding. And they were laughing at us as they rolled by. And they were moving by real fast. They were looking at us. But as they were laughing, it just was the most irritating sound I've ever heard in my life. And it sounded like a bunch of bats. It's the only way I can describe it. Like 1,000 bats shrieking at the same time.
What did he look like?
Count
Was it
Chocula?
reptilian?
No.
Count Chocula?
I bullshit you not. It was the weirdest shit. Like, not exactly like that, but to give an idea, their heads were pointy. And again, there was like the angles. I just kept remember seeing triangles. Whatever they were on, like they were moving almost like on a vehicle. It was like some kind of motorized bike, like out of the Jetsons or something. It was weird. Both of them had one, and they were almost like right on top of it. Kind of like those things Luke Skywalker and them were flying in the Return of the Jedi when they were on with the Ewoks. You remember those things, those speeders?
Yeah, like those
In the
hovercraft,
forest?
speed
Yeah,
bikes.
indoor. It was something
Yeah.
like that.
Mm-hmm.
Did they look
So they were,
reptilian?
no, they look like you would see Dracula or something almost.
Yeah.
Like they
Oh,
were
okay.
tall and just real broad and wide, and it looked like he had like the color wasn't black, and it wasn't like the face wasn't white. They were like void of color. If I could describe anything, the cloak, which was like the wings looking thing, and they came up to a real sharp point, almost like how people would draw a gargoyle, but in the face, real smooth and real long chin, kind of like a cross between Dracula and Count Chocula. It was the weirdest thing I ever saw.
Okay, so I'm going to give you a little bit of insight here. It sounds funny the way you say it and the way that it is, but it's actually. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say it wasn't Lucifer, but it was probably something
Vampiric.
gave off the that vibe of like power.
A shaitan.
It's a shaitan, yeah. And Anthony already knows. We interviewed a guy here at the studio one time. What's up, man? You gonna pop on and say hi real quick? Tony working. It's down in the truck. You want it?
No, it's in the fridge.
Oh, it's in the fridge? Okay.
Yeah, I brought it up.
I done broke a straw out here. You have to get a straw over there at the hotel. Or whatever.
Yeah.
Well, Control can't wait forever. She's got to go do her route. So, yeah. All right, man. Tony had to pop on and say hi. He's working tonight. King of Grooves, what's up, man? How you doing? We're gonna get right back to it. Since you kind of fell off there. Hey, so I got to tell you, and this is something that may or may not sit well with you, but what you witnessed, I don't think it was the devil per se, but it was a devil. Are you there, Grooves?
Yeah, I'm had to switch phones. My
Okay.
other phone went out.
So is that your profile pic?
Yeah, this is my other account. Yeah, this is
Damn,
my
you
personal.
look gruesome, dude. You look like you'd beat the shit out of somebody.
Well, hell, I used to do what you do. Shit.
Yeah. It's fun though, because I like to fight. People just be like, "Oh, you're not supposed to do that." I'm like, "You're not supposed to, but you got to defend yourself." And people would just beg for it. They'd be just in your face,
I always liked helping people. I hated hurting people, but if it was somebody bad, I didn't mind.
Yeah, you got to, man, and they'll just test you, and it's like the devil right in your face.
Yeah,
it is, dude. So let me say this: there is a guy that we interviewed here. He wrote a book right there in the break room. He was writing. We used to share an office with him. His name was Nick. He came on the show, and one of the things that he talked about was he had interviewed a lady who had seen these beings that kind of had these triangular looking heads. They were, for lack of a better term, demonic looking creatures, but they were spiritual, obviously. And same thing, they come out of these portals. He did a lot of research on this, and he wrote a book, and I can't remember the name of it. Hey, Tony, you still here? He took off. Hold on one second. I get something to drink.
Yeah, it's very interesting. You said it looked the way it looked when you heard the thousands of bats. Like, explain that a little more, would you?
Yes, sir, Mr. Rogan. Okay.
That's Mr. Romo. That's Tony Romo.
No, I ain't gonna do that to you. I ain't gonna call him. You know the other name for Tony Romo. I ain't gonna do that.
Come on.
And I ain't gonna get you flagged. I'm not gonna say don't do that. At least Joe Rogan's respectable. I ain't gonna. Tony Romo sucked, man. I ain't gonna. Yeah.
I know people that know him. I never met him. I met a lot of the Cowboys. I never met him, but
I mean, as a person, I heard he's pretty cool. He's just not good on an NFL starting quarterback. He'd be a good backup.
Oh, look at Chris gonna talk. Chris, you're gonna talk because you're an Eagles fan. Get out here, man. You ain't winning no Super Bowl this year either. And I hate it that the Chiefs made me so mad that I had to root for the Eagles in the Super Bowl.
I know. It was the
never
worst.
forgive the Chiefs for that, for making me root for not only the Niners and the Eagles, the two teams I hate the most. And I had to root for them because I hate the Chiefs because they're such cheaters.
I'm a Cowboy fan too, and I agree with everything you guys are saying.
The Chiefs are the new Patriots, man.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, yep.
Mm-hmm. No, but okay, go ahead and talk about these bats, Grooves.
Yeah. He was well, I guess they were, and I'm gonna tell you this, and I'm not gonna disagree with you, but there'd be a reason why the top ones would come mess with me. And that's not the only time I've actually seen the devil in the form of people before has messed with me. Once even in Austin, and I rarely ever went to Austin. He shows up looking like different people, sometimes a woman, sometimes a man, sometimes a weird supernatural looking creature. He definitely hates me. I know that. I have stopped in my years. I used to keep a Bible in my back seat. I was in the street doing this and that, but I always kept my faith in the religion. So there was, homies that were about to do something bad or have a bad situation, stressed out, or maybe commit suicide. And I would break out the Bible and start reading with them and praying with them, and I'd get them to stop. And a lot of time they would end up crying, and I would, make them submit to God. So there was a few. I ran into some different prophets and prophetesses on my travels when I was doing music, doing the little Chitlin circuit thing, and they used to tell me that, you know, the devil really hates me. You know what I'm saying? Like he really, really has got it in for me because I was setting people free. I got a lot of people off of drugs. I was really working with a lot of people. I used to own my own security company back in the day too. So, yeah. So
that's awesome. So you think that these? So one of the things that we talked to this guy Nick about, and I can tell you this. There is a type of demon that's it kind of sound really weird. So this is the problem I tell people with being just ghosts or being just cryptid and not being well-rounded and not knowing all of this, because we do deal with aliens. And I know people want to classify them as just, well, they're all demons or they're all this or all that. No. And there are demons from our reality that come to our reality. And there are demons that pretty much stay in other realities. There is a type of demon that doesn't really inhabit our space. Now, every reality has its own dimensions. This type of demon actually comes from, technically, they come from another dimension, from another reality, if that makes sense. It's way deeper. It's like layers. It's like layer upon layer upon layer. People do not get that. And it's human nature. It's human nature to not grasp. This is going to sound hard to follow, but follow what I'm going to tell you guys. And I'm glad you actually brought this up, Grooves, because there's Chris Kramer there. What's up, Kramer? After the little snipey thing, I'd suggest you muting yourself.
What's up, brother?
What's going on? So, in the middle of an explanation here. So what I would continue say is this. Yeah. These demons, they have a type of, and this is going to sound weird because I don't know another way to put it, but they have like a cop. That sounds crazy. I know it sounds really nuts, but there is, and they are a particular species that come from a different reality of ours, but they come from one of those folds. What I mean by fold is like every reality has like its own dimensions. There's supposedly 9 to 11 dimensions, depending on which Russian or Japanese scientist you argue with. And I have. One Japanese scientist is like, there's 11. And then there's a Russian that says there's 9. And I argued with this Ukrainian guy for like an hour. And he was like, there's only 8. And I'm like, no, there's not. But that's cool. You do the math. His math was wrong. And he's like, well, I got the degree. You got the degree. Okay, so shame on you. You should be better at math. Okay, Oleg. I'm just gonna tell you that. His name's not Oleg. I call him. He gets mad. He's a friend, but we argue. But the math is not mathing when it comes to that. What I'm gonna tell you though is that these beings, they come from an alternate reality and they come from one particular dimension. It's an intermediary dimension. Now, I am of the opinion, and I have my own reasons for this. I don't think the audience is quite ready for us to go into all of this. But the 5th density is about as far as you're going to go if you're not cleansed. Mm-hmm. Somehow, these particular beings can traverse the 6th density without being dissolved. If that is something that's too deep, we cannot talk about it. I mean, I can reverse course here. Do the audience think you're ready for this? Because it's going to sound wacky. And I know the ops are going to go, oh my God, this guy's lost his mind. Let's go and let's say a bunch of crap, because they don't grasp anything.
Is it any wackier than having computers that they bring over demons through as well?
Exactly, because this is what's happening.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah. So whenever, and Darth Revan says the 13 realities, actually there's more than that. That's what we've connected to, but each one of these layers has another set. So if you think of the world in the pond Earth theory, there's hyper Earth, there's different types of Earth, and there's jumping from Earth to Earth, right? But there are really...
I'm sorry, did you say Earth to Earth or girth to girth?
No, Earth to Earth.
Oh, thank God. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
So it's like Earth to Earth. So we're not going there.
Where you going with that, man?
Don't do that. Don't do it on
Where
my
you
show,
going with
man.
that?
Because we've our sub count has gone down, and when that happens, when it gets really low, we're being mass reported. And so that's what these, yokels have been doing. They've been mass reporting us.
Wow.
So it ebbs and flows, and that's what they're doing. So we got to be real careful. But so what ends up happening, these sort of like, and it's going to sound weird because I don't have a name for them, but like space cops, I can only say. The guy that first told me about this, I thought he was nuts, was that guy Nick, who used to share an office here, and he wrote a book about the nature of reality, and it was about our ancient past and all this. He's a pretty good author, but he had so many other things going on, he could never stay focused. But he's living up in New York City now. But the woman that he had interviewed, the theory was sound. She had some demonic infestation going on, and these other beings showed up and sort of affected like an arrest of these beings. Now, they were just as weird and ugly as the beings that were attacking her, except they had some kind of an authority, but they weren't good. They weren't bad. They were just there. They were kind of like intermediate, like she felt like this sort of darkness around them, but it was like the energy from the place where they came. It was the energy from the beings that they had to wrangle, but she also felt like it was kind of ambivalent, you know what I mean? Whereas the energy from these demons, you get this feeling of like hatred, and they just absolutely despise you. These beings will come in and out of our reality, and they're not, they don't really care about you one way or the other. They're just doing a job. Now, if you get in the way, they will absolutely be a problem. They will cause a problem for you because you can't really do anything to them. Now, something that's not really evil isn't going to respond to you rebuking it in the name of Christ. That leads to mistakes. I have had people say, look, there were these beings in my house. And don't get me wrong. I mean, you got to do what you got to do. You don't want them in your house. So you say, I rebuke you in the name of Christ. And this one lady was telling me, this wasn't that long ago, and she was talking about how there were these beings in her house and they were frantically going room to room like they were looking for something. And when she started describing them, I said, yeah, this is the same intergalactic demonic looking entity, but it's looking for these other entities. Because these other entities transgress certain laws. And people have argued with me, and listen to what I'm going to tell you because this gets deep. They'll say things like, well, this other demon slapped me and did this and that, and they didn't show up. I said, does every time a crime is committed, does a cop show up? No, because they're outnumbered 1,000,000 to 1. Same thing with these guys. They're outnumbered. But with like really bad transgression, they will show up. Now, it has been my experience. People have told me that they have seen these entities grab these other entities and leave through like what can only be described as portals or a vortex. And I told them, I said, look, those aren't angels. They're not demons. They're like a type of cop. I mean, it sounds just deranged to say that, but that is the real reality of what I've been uncovering. And the first time it was put into words was by the guy, Nick, and he told me, he says, dude, these things are like cops. Didn't he tell us that, Anthony?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you remember the conversation?
Yeah. Like basically they're like some kind of like spiritual beings that serve a role. They're law enforcement, but that doesn't mean that they're necessarily like good or evil. That they serve a purpose. Mm-hmm. And
like Men in Black.
Yeah, kind of, but like more ugly.
Yeah.
I might have something interesting to add to that.
Are you going to denounce your servitude to the dark ones, aka the Eagles?
I'm doing that next Wednesday.
Okay.
But I
promise.
You have my word. So it is. I have a friend that's a fairly long-term kind of Sasquatch YouTuber. And he's been around longer than most up in Colorado. He's a guy named Mark Abel that runs Colorado Bigfoot. And Mark's been around for a while. Mm-hmm. And I've been out with him. And he's probably at one point one of the greatest, video timestampers in this phenomenon that I've ever seen. And he's got a legion of people that follow him at this point. And so in the times that I've been out with him, and then other times where I've just witnessed some of this stuff, like there is without a doubt some sort of, you've heard this in the Sasquatch phenomenon, that there's a set of rules, right? There's rules that I believe that that they have to kind of adhere to, and I don't think they all do adhere to it, but I think what you're saying is very similar to, like, they are policed, and I've seen things that kind of back that up. I mean, there was Joel Haskins. And you guys, okay. So Joel was out with Mark probably about 7 or 8 years ago. And they were, Mark's big into videography and that's what he does. Right. And then people will go through and timestamp his stuff. And at one point they're in this really active area way up in the Rockies near Vail, which is where he does most of his research. And we watched this through the timestamps. And obviously it's one of those things that the camera catches that you don't see, with your own eyes at the moment. That's fairly common. But there was this, for lack of a better term, we're catching pictures of Sasquatchy looking things and other type of cryptid looking things all kind of around in there. And then this picture shows up literally walking through Joel Haskins' body. And it's in profile, and it looks like a dude with like a black leather face wrapping, right? And then there's like some sort of like audio biotech kind of connected to its head that goes to its mouth, like a mouthpiece going up like into its brain. And it's all in black, and it literally looks like some sort of dimensional cop, right? And I mean, the picture is one of the greatest ones I've ever seen. And I'm not so sure that even with people that have been around the Bigfoot thing for as long as I have, I've heard these stories where they've been told like there's consequences if they break some of the kind of communication rules and other kind of things that they're not allowed to disclose, that they're not supposed to interact, right? And I think you're right. I think that there may be a peacekeeper, and I don't know, like you said, I don't think they're good or bad. I'm not sure. I think it's on another level, something that we probably don't understand, but it keeps a lot of this stuff in line. That makes a lot of sense to me. So just wanted to throw that out there. Cheers.
Yeah. I mean, and that's the case. There really is sort of a balance that's struck there, and people have a hard time fathoming that not everything is good or bad.
Yeah, I think it's not about like whether it's good or bad, but whether it's necessary. Like it's not about being good or bad. It's about being a necessary force.
I think there's a set of rules, and that for maybe our dimension, our planet, that entities that can kind of cross in between those veils are bound to adhere to. And I think that there's some sort of overview that watches over that stuff. You know what I mean? And for good or for bad or for indifferent, maybe some things that we just don't comprehend that have to do with our reality that they're not supposed to, interject in too much. You know what I mean? That's always kind of made sense to me.
Yeah. That's
weird,
that's
man.
the case. Yeah, it is weird. But these things, though, they are. There are certain places that people see them quite often, like certain places. The pyramids, wherever they're at, near pyramids. People who sleep near pyramids have told me they have seen these triangular-headed creatures. Now, I say triangular-headed because they kind of look like that. They're pointy head. They kind of big at the bottom of their skull, and they kind of have this angular look about them. Like he said, Count Chocula, kind of like, it's just kind of like a weird.
I don't want to meet him.
Yeah. And so there are people in near Baalbek, and another one is the Forbidden City of Petra, the Jianjiang, and the Emerald Mountains in China. People talk about them being there. I talked to somebody who's Chinese the other day, and he was telling me exactly what he saw. These triangular looking beings, and they came out of this weird triangular looking like two triangles spinning together, and these beings came up out of it. They were tall, ashen faced, weird looking, wearing cloaks, but they had these weird triangular kind of looking feature, kind of angular looking heads. I mean, they had skulls like us, but they were angular looking, and they were on a mission. They were looking for somebody, and they ignored him and his people. They just didn't care about them at all. What they were looking for. And he asked me, because what do you think they were looking for? I said, demons, point blank. And he was like, why would they be looking for demons?
It was different with the ones I saw, it was totally. They were on a totally different mission. It was
Were
very.
they
clear what
evil?
were
Did
doing.
you feel emanating from them evil?
Well, I'm gonna say this: what was kind of in the shape of a cloak? No, it was wings. Like if nobody had ever told me about like the Book of Enoch or the mystic side of the Bible where it talks about fallen angels and Dead Sea Scrolls and that type stuff, if I had never heard that, you know, what I saw lets me know that they're all fallen demonic beings because they were laughing at us as they rolled by, and it was all evil intent, and they had teeth, but they weren't like regular teeth. It was like almost like everything about them was too perfect. The lines they were in was too perfect. Their teeth, I want to say like a vampire's, but almost more like some kind of I don't know, for lack of a better term, like some kind of supernatural creature or something, like stronger than a vampire. They rolled by, they laughed at us. At the time, I used to wear 2 necklaces. I had one a rope chain with a gold eagle, and I had another one which was like a rope with a golden cross on it. So as they were flying by or riding by, whatever, it's kind of hard to explain because they were moving so fast, and they were staring directly at us. And it was like, what I got from them, what we could feel was that they wanted to do us harm, but they couldn't. And they hated us. And it was like they were trying to antagonize both of us, particularly me. And I felt like it was being directed towards me. It was so weird. And as they were going by and they were moving, and then they got kind of close to like my street dead ends about 5 houses down. And then you can either go left or right and get out of that section of my neighborhood. So as they got close to there, they slowed down a little bit. And all of a sudden, I just got real angry. And I just shouted at them, like in a real loud voice. I say, I rebuke you in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ. And I heard a scream when I said that. They hollered. It was like I had stuck them with a piece of sharp glass or something. I mean, it damn near hurt our ears the way they screamed. That laughter, that bat sound, it turned to almost like some kind of one of those monster movies. You hear a monster, you know, getting a stake in the heart, and they start screaming or something. It was like that. And then there was like another similar looking portal, like where they came through. You know, I mean, the best way I can describe it is some demonic form of like the Star Trek teleportation thing. Because after that, they went back into that thing and went back wherever they were from. Once I literally, I guess that's like cursing them. I rebuked them in Jesus' name. And it was weird because I started like kind of running after them damn near, and I was shaking my fist at them like I was chasing them. I was angry, and they genuinely looked scared. It was so weird. So when I came back, and my cousin said that was the weirdest thing because he was just froze. He was stuck on the car, you know, and he told me at the time, he said it looked like there was a light around my cross, not the eagle, but he said there was like a light, almost like my cross was glowing when I was charging them. And when I was saying, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus, he said it was the weirdest thing he ever saw. I asked him about it like not that long ago, a few years ago, and he said he remembers it, but he says he never told nobody about that. Never.
It sounds like a spiritual drive-by.
Well, in my neighborhood, the problem with it, you got to be careful if you want to do a drive-by on people in my neighborhood because we shoot back. So that was kind of how I was raised, you know what I mean? And since I've been raised in church, since I was a baby, you know, I got family that was like high up deacons and trustees and all that. I banged back on them with some Lord. And I didn't even know what I was doing or saying. I just felt like I'm strong in Jesus. I felt like, you know, I used to always hear in church, always hear, he who was in you is stronger than he's in the world. So, you know, I felt like I like to fight. You can tell from the picture. I was undefeated. I used to do Taekwondo tournaments. Used to knock out a lot of bad people. When I used to box and do other stuff. So, you know, I wasn't having it. He wasn't bringing no demonic shit on my street. And I take that. I wasn't. I didn't care who it was. Only person I fear is God. That's it. So if this is a lower G God, you know, a devil, even the most powerful form or fallen angel, whatever, I was chasing his ass. I wasn't having it. And they got something.
That makes sense because a lot of people don't know that there are entities in charge of cities. And towns and countries, and
I didn't know that at the time either.
Yeah.
I think it was the book of Daniel, wasn't it?
Yes.
Where they
about
were
the Prince of Persia and the Prince of Greece, and Gabriel was held up For 3 weeks.
They'll fight because there's spiritual warfare going on at all times. I've seen it.
They're the powers.
If you leave your body when you sleep, everybody does. Everybody does. If you don't, you're not human. And there's people like, oh, here's a demon. He astral projects or whatever. Everybody's heard the story about me burning some ladies. I burned some lady's bushes with my evilness when I showed up at her doorstep. I was like, oh, I burned her bushes. Ah.
Oh yeah, and then the 50-foot tall angel.
50-foot tall angels
kicked her off.
I bet you burned her bush.
That was horrible. Yeah, because that's what I do.
And the person who said that was burning some bush.
Oh,
well, and then you had this other one. What is it that they said? I want to get to. It's too funny, the stuff that these people come up with, dude. We basically, me and Hellbent Holler and Blondes and Booze, we all conspired to take down this other guy's channel. Now, this guy's channel is smaller than mine. It sucks like ass, and there's nothing good about it. But why would I need other people to join me to take down his channel? When you're doing a show and there's roaches crawling on a wall behind you, I think you're taking yourself down. I don't think we need to join forces to take down this weak ass channel. I'm like, dude, but the roofer is what he is. He loves to be evil. And he's
so those weren't water bugs. Those were really cockroaches, huh?
At my house?
No, the ones you saw on dude's wall, man.
Oh no, those were water bugs. Those were roaches. Yeah, he got them little
flowing out of his hair.
I got no roaches in my place.
They're crawling on the wall and crawling on the very couch from which that they do the show from. So.
I've only seen one spider in our house so far, and the little dude was scared. He was running around everywhere. I couldn't catch him. I mean, he was a little wolf spider. I could tell. I didn't want to hurt him, but I don't know where he went.
Oh yeah.
But wolf spiders they're not bad. Folks, I'm telling you,
they kill the bad spiders.
They kill the bad spiders. They will kill black widows and they will kill brown recluses. So they really will. So if you like, somebody was building a house, it was a friend of mine. Actually, it was a witness, but we knew each other. But it was somebody that I knew from the Hernandez Ranch thing, and we went over there to talk to them. And there were these wolf spiders. Remember that? They were all over the garage, all over the garage. And he was like, "I'm glad they're there because at least I know I'm not going to get bit by a widow or a recluse."
Yeah.
But he had Dogman in the woods, so that's a little bigger problem. What I think though, the particular type of entity though that you're talking about, a lot of times because that particular entity, what I think though, that's where they come from. That whatever that is, that triangular headed, weird looking being, there are evil entities there. Because they come from a dark place. But I think that particular species is used quite a bit as this sort of intergalactic cop.
See, I'm going to say this. Now, I definitely believe that. But here's the thing. Don't forget, Satan comes as an angel of light. So if he knows that there's other ones who are kind of neutral or have a certain, interdimensional job to do, he could show up looking like them. You see what I'm saying? Because it was like, I felt such hatred for those things. And it's like what I felt from them, it was just like a feeling of just like hopelessness. It was almost like I was Ryu fighting Major Bison and then Akuma was behind me laughing or something. That's what it felt like. You know what I'm saying?
Analogy.
Yeah.
The best way to describe,
that's pretty specific, bro.
Thank you, brother. It was Akuma's not good. He turned Ryu evil, for a time.
Yeah, he did at one time. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. So here's the thing, though. When people see these entities, I would never assume anything with them. And that's the woman that was telling me about how she tried to rebuke them and that nothing happened. She's like, when I've rebuked other beings, these things, and I said, because those things are not necessarily evil. They were looking for something. They were just blowing through the walls, looking for something, frantically going room to room. And there was probably something hiding. And then she said she saw them go through the floor. I'm like, because it's probably under your house. And she was like, oh my gosh. She's like, that's where this one entity would come up into her kitchen from under the floor. And I told her, I said, yeah, because that's where it's at. So those beings probably looked for it. And she says, well, it was weird because after that, I didn't have any more problems. Probably because they got their guy,
took it into custody.
They took it into custody or whatever, because it was probably a pretty bad, it was a flagrant, violator Now, if you let the Arabs and the Jewish people tell you, they both will tell you that these entities aren't good, evil, or anything. They're neutral, all of them, but they have the free will to be good or bad. They say the Shadim, and of course the Shaitan. The Jewish people call them the Shadim. The Arab people call them the Shaitan. These people are genetically very closely related people. They're all Semitic people. Now, people say you're anti-Semitic if you're talking about Jewish people, but really anti-Semitic means you're anti-Levantine people, because everyone in the Levant is a Semitic person. But it's just been heavily used by them to mean that you hate Jewish people or whatever the heck it is. But the thing is, the Levant has a long-standing tradition with these beings. They have a stronghold there. In fact, they have a principality from Jerusalem all the way to the south of Qatar and then up to the north of Turkey.
Rimfan.
Huh?
Rimfan.
Yeah, Rimfan. The star of Rimfan is actually a 6-pointed star too. And they're not supposed to use that symbol. Says in Second Timothy.
Yeah. Prophet Amos told us all about them.
Yeah, and so you got to be real careful. And it's weird that they would choose that, because the ancient Israelites did not have. There's nothing. That star is not found on any of their ancient anything.
I'm just going to say this in the form of a question: are those really the ancient Israelites?
I'll
leave that alone.
A lot of people,
Ukrainian Mongols.
So a lot of people don't believe that is, but a lot of people do. And I have a friend who's actually Jewish. And speaking of veil, you were talking about veil earlier, Tony Romo. Chris Kramer, the Eagle. We'll call him the Eagle down there. The Eagle had said that he had a friend that was researching in that area. Now Leadville is up there, and I've been to that place a couple times. And Leadville is a very interesting town. It's where Doc Holliday shot dead a guy in a gun battle. He drew it down on a guy, and they both shot. Holliday won, but I've been there where he killed the guy. My friend lives up in that area, and he does Bigfoot research, and he's Jewish, and he is not on good terms with his own people. He's kind of got issues, takes issues with them. He's written a lot of stuff, and he pointed out to me the whole hypocrisy of that a long time ago. And I went to synagogue with him, and there was a rabbi there that was pretty open-minded, and we talked, and he said that he knew that there was a schism, sort of a rift in the Jewish community. Now, there are the Hasidics who believe that they're supposed to be under punishment. The nation of Israel is not supposed to exist. They, in their stronghold in New York, they believe that they are people under a curse, so to speak.
Philadelphia, too.
Yeah. And so there are people that think that they are not supposed to be
God's chosen.
Yeah.
Abe Finkelstein said it straight up, like, we don't care. That singular interview woke me up more than any other interview I've ever watched in my life. I think that was the turning point where everything, like that veil of reality shattered for me, that Finkelstein interview.
I hear you.
Yeah. That everybody needs to watch that one.
There's a lot of hidden mysteries going on out there. Definitely a lot of
It's like, pick your rabbit hole poison, brother.
Right?
Oh, the spiders got Josh.
Yep. Come on, Anthony, hold the fort down.
Yeah, he had to step away from the show real quick because I mean, it's a pretty good analogy that the spider of work got him. So he's looking down at his phone and something came up. So he's got to make some phone calls and deal with some stuff. So
cool.
That sucks. But like, I had a thought actually. Like, okay, so you know how, like, some of these lawmen, like for example, Wyatt Earp, you know, in the Wild Western times, how they didn't start out as lawmen. A lot of them, before they started their career in law enforcement as like town sheriffs, whatever, they were actually outlaws themselves. They were like violent, just Billy badass, you know, rough, tough dudes. But they were outlaws themselves before they went into law enforcement, right?
Yep.
So these kind of
You
like,
have to know how they think. You have to know how they move.
yeah. So
Exactly.
like, what if what if it's kind of the same way? Like, if it's kind of similar with these law enforcement, like cosmic entities, these beings, like what if them them serving that purpose is like a type of penance, you know? Because if these things are just as like ugly and nasty looking as the very creatures and spirits that they're trying to apprehend, I mean, like it doesn't mean that they're good, but maybe it means that they're trying to be on a path to being better. You know, like what if that's a type of penance? Because if the spirit and the material world mirror each other in characteristics, then wouldn't it
Oh
make
yeah.
sense that like if like we have things here, that like programs and stuff like okay, community service, you know, like it's like a type of penance, you know, like
That's an
if
interesting
you
theory,
have
bro.
to do it, you know.
They're also prisoners.
Yeah, yeah, but it's like something that they do to kind of burn off like all this kind of karmic
Yeah.
debt, or like all
Yeah. Yeah.
like all this bad that they've done, you
That,
know.
that's
So like,
not unheard of either. I mean, not to get into too much biblical anything, but Revelations, when the powers of hell rise up, they're doing so under command of God, right? So you got to think that maybe there is something, maybe a little bit to that, that while they're not necessarily good not necessarily good at all, they're also maybe beholden to something bigger than them. You know what I mean? Whether it's penance or whether it's just something that's part of what they have to do. I don't know. I'm always leery of throwing all of this phenomenon under the lens and the umbrella of a biblical paradigm. Sometimes I wonder if that's just too narrow. And I'm a faulty Christian. I don't want to offend anybody with that. But the longer I've been around a lot of this stuff, the less inclined am I to just lean directly into biblical text or the Book of Enoch or the Book of Giants or the Book of Dreams or any of these other things as being a defining narrative. I'm not so sure that's true. I think that there's
Mhm.
things out there that I think somebody was just talking about earlier about possibly rebuking one of these entities, and it paid him no mind, in the name of Christ. So what
Yeah,
does that mean? And then Josh was quick to say, well, maybe because they're not necessarily bad. You know what I mean? I don't know that to be true. Just like all of this stuff, that's what podcasts are for, right? It's just conjecture and theory. It's interesting to talk about, but I think the longer I've been around any of this, the less I think I actually know. That's the truth.
Even Satan goes
That's a
before
true
the
statement.
throne of God to accuse mankind.
even Satan, what?
Exactly.
Even Satan goes before the throne of God to accuse mankind.
Yeah,
well, I can say
He knows
once
his
upon
role.
a time. Well, once upon a time he did. If you look in the Bible, though, in the New Testament, especially some of the text in the Apocrypha, he's not allowed up there anymore. That was back Old Testament time, like around the time of Job. But now they're at war, and there's like serious war. Because you look at the book of Daniel, it's just like how can I say? I don't know, like Iraq and Iran back in the day. Kind of like
Mhm.
North Korea, South Korea. It's on site. You know what I'm saying? It's
Yeah. You know what's scary about the fact that that there could be a war in heaven, and that angels could fall from heaven, is the thought that if you live a good life, or I guess if you live a life where you do everything you can to walk in the footsteps, to walk in the footsteps of Christ and follow his commandments, and let's say your life comes to an end, you ascend and you're accepted into the kingdom of heaven, we naturally think, okay, that I'm done, like that this is where I'm at, this is my state of being for eternity, I'm in unity with God completely. But if we really think about it, if angels can fall from heaven, so can we. So I mean, like, is it really that simple that if we are accepted into God's kingdom, that's it, our work is done? I don't think it is. And I think it's really interesting that my Uncle Wolf has pointed out that there is a type of jail realm in heaven too. So I don't know. I think that it's just like it's like an infinitely never ending, like an infinite place. What am I trying to say? Like, your work is never done.
I think
multiverse.
Yes.
I think you're right, Anthony. I think trying to oversimplify this stuff and to put it into some sort of, faulty human logic just to wrap our brains around it, that's always been my my thinking is that I think a lot of this stuff, like you just said, like, who knows what that next transition looks like? Who knows?
Yeah.
Like you said, is that the end all? Now we're all at one with the Great Spirit and Christ and God. Like, I don't know that. I don't know that.
Yeah.
I don't know that that is the end. Maybe it's just another phase of existence, man. I kind of like blend a lot of these philosophies and into Christianity because a lot of it just makes sense and feels right sometimes. You know what I mean? I'm not sure that it's as simple as it's sometimes projected to be. I think that's what I was getting from what you were saying.
Yeah.
The Book of Enoch, though, describes the 4 tunnels where all the souls of man are kept until the judgment. One's basically like a hell, and the other 3 are for the various levels of sinners.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and the thing is, too, like Anthony was pointing out, it's a very infinite place. Sorry, folks, I had to deal with work. I'm sorry. But yeah, it's a very infinite place. And, we are not, we're fumbling around in the dark, and we have this small book that everybody seems to think that that's where all the answers are. And it's called the Bible. It's called the Quran. It's called the Vedas. It's called all these different names. There's all these different ones. And everybody says, well, that's the guide that tells you. I mean, you got all these different versions of this stuff. And, none of it is 100%. I mean, you can't stuff all of the mysteries of the universe into one little book.
I don't think the Bible was ever meant to be the all-encompassing answer book. You know what I mean? As far as specifics, I don't think that was its role. I still don't think that that's its role. I think that even in so much of the stuff that we're all around, right? I mean, there's so much ambiguity in the Bible itself, and then the books that were removed and the books that are suppressed, or maybe I just felt like it's been so compromised on so many levels that I always wonder if some of the message has just been lost over from those compromises,
Well, yeah, and it's been taken apart by the Council of Nicaea in 325, and it just went on and on and on. There's a book called the Bardo Total, which is literally, does anybody know what that is?
I haven't heard of that.
It's called the Tibetan Book of the Dead.
Oh, okay. Well, I've heard of that.
Yeah, the Bardo Total is the actual name for it.
Okay.
It's the real name for it. And some people say total, some people say total. It's THODOL, I believe. But that book will literally, it talks about what happens when you die. And there are a lot of people who can attest that that is kind of pretty much what it is, Some people, though, have different experiences. Some people go to hell. Some people go to, it's like a personalized hell. Very, very tailor-made for the person. That's a very weird thing too. Some people go to a version of heaven, but I can tell you this, I think that the truth is all and above. It's everything. And I really do believe that it's somewhere in between all of that. And so there are beings that come from all these different places and they move through our world in life. And I'm asking everybody on the panel here, Tony, Amy, whoever, Kramer, Tony Romo up there. You guys, anybody who's ever lived as a human and been 40 years old, 30 years old, whatever, you have had people come in and out of your life like waiters. You may see them again, you may not. It depends on you might run across them. people kind of like grow in different directions. It doesn't mean that you don't care about that person or you don't want, you're not friends with them anymore, he or she, whatever. But they go about their life, you go about yours. And then maybe you'll cross paths again. I made friends, really good, close friends with all kinds of people over my life. And I don't even talk to a lot of them anymore, hardly. I mean, I might see them on social media every now and then, but for the most part, I don't really interact with them. And it's weird because like one of my old friends, I'm very good friends with his son, his son and his wife, talk to me pretty regularly. I don't talk to him hardly at all. It's nothing, it's just, I just don't ever hardly see him. And then, his brother and me were not exceptionally close at one. Now we talk more than my friend who I used to be really close with. And, but his son and his son's wife, like they'll talk to me, say, hey, what's going on? Check on me, whatever. It's just how life is. But these beings though, they'll come in and out of our world and it's like a flash. It doesn't mean, and it's nothing. It's just like boom, boom, and they're in and out. And they're not really committed to being on our plane of existence. They don't have a reason to, and some of them, like I said, I think they're just doing a job. But to put it in perspective of what, Groove was talking about, he sees these demons throughout his life. He's had them, plague him or do whatever. That is not an uncommon thing. What is uncommon though, is for somebody to really grasp it and to be aware of it and to be like, hey, this is happening to me, because a lot of people aren't. They aren't aware. They don't grasp it and they don't understand it. They're very limited in their understanding and they're okay with that. But if you're okay with that, let me tell you something. You don't complain whenever, it happens to you and you don't know what the hell's going on, because it's like this. At some point, you may have to deal with your water heater. And it's until it happens, it's just like you don't care. It's just there. It's just your water heater. You don't care. But when that sucker goes out, you're going to care, because the water's going to go everywhere. There's going to be a problem and you're not going to have any hot water. Now, for me, I take cold showers. I don't care. But it would affect my wife. It would affect everybody else in the house immensely, because they want hot water. Me personally, I don't care because I don't use it. I don't use the heat at all in water. I don't like hot water on my skin. I've taken cold showers for so long that I don't even like the hot water on me.
I think it's a big man thing. I don't know.
Well, I do it because I do this breathing routine that I've done for the last several years, and I take cold showers.
Okay.
And so it helps too with your function, and I can lift more, I can do more, I have more endurance. It's just something I do. I do this Wim Hof breathing.
Mm-hmm.
And Joel already said it. Wim Hof. Yeah, the Wim Hof is a very good. Now people have said, "Oh, this guy's caused people to die." Well, if you're breathing like that and then you're stuffing your head into an ice bucket, I can see that. But I don't do stupid shit. So,
right.
People are like, "No, you shouldn't do the Wim Hof," and I'm like, "Why?" Because I've done it for several years, like 7 years, and they're like, well, because people have died from it. And when I looked it up, how they were dying, they were literally putting their head into like an ice hole and going unconscious and then drowning. Like
putting in a what?
Like a hole, like with ice.
Oh, I thought
okay.
And they're like,
I know what I heard.
And then they just stick their head in it and they're like, oh, I'm dead. Well, the world has a way of weeding out people that kind of need to go, that's how I kind of feel about that. I'm just like, dude, okay. But it is a very beneficial thing. It helps your heart, your cardiovascular system immensely. I'm not bragging, but recently everybody in my house got sick. They were sick for like 2 or 3 weeks. I was sick for like 3 days. Because the breathing thing, it was like I could breathe. Everybody's like, I'm like, why is everybody all dying?
Because the next rad's frying you guys in frickin' Texas right now.
I'm sure. But I
it's unbelievable
things you can do, man, to really protect yourself. But people don't want to do this. And then what happens when you die? Nobody thinks about that. Nobody says until it happens. Right. Then you're going like, oh crap, maybe I should have read this. Maybe I should have, because you could end up on that other plane and you're not getting back in that body because the body's broken. It's gone. Happens to everybody. It's guaranteed. Now for you, King Groove, there are 2 things that are guaranteed for you. You will pay taxes and die black. There is nothing.
But
There
wait a
is
minute.
not going to be
Hold on.
anything else that's guaranteed in this life.
Now wait a minute. I beg to differ, sir. Michael Jackson died a Korean
I was
woman, so
just
you're
going to
wrong.
say that.
Amazing.
He died a Korean woman.
That's the easy one, though. I was just going to say that.
Oh shoot. Well, but then okay. So barring that Groove does the Michael Jackson thing and turns himself into Martha Stewart, that is not. That's probably not going to happen. But it's a guarantee. Without some sort of intervention, you will do those two things. Now, for the rest of us, that's not so cut and dry. But yeah, because you could die black, you could die white. It depends if you. But here's the thing. If you look at things in this like, oh, it's set a certain way, this is how it's going to be. And I'm a big believer in this. You draw the energy to you that you want to have happen to you. I swear I'm being completely honest. I'm not even joking.
True. Yeah, it's true.
You can make the world what you want it to be. You can literally manipulate things around you. I don't mean manipulate in a bad way. You can manipulate good or bad. But you will create the world that there are things you can will into existence. Folks, everybody listening right now, PRT, I'm going to tell you, paratroopers, listen to what I'm going to tell you. I love you guys, and I want everybody all the best for you guys. But you have to take control of your life. These beings, these demons, all these things, they don't have the power you do. You are winners. You have been brought here to hear the words that are spoken by everybody that comes on this channel. And I do believe that we're here for a reason, a divine purpose. And we're brought together for this reason. These are winners that come to this channel. You have not noticed like all these other goofballs and douchebags in this community come and go. Grifters, grifting, as bad as the day is long. But here at PRT, you are learning and you're growing. And even though there's all this noise out there, all we do is just make fun of it and just keep going, because all it is goofballs. What we have here is something that can help you. Now, take what you learn from us or whoever it may be and go out into the world and do what you got to do what's right. But you make the world what it is. You have that power. If you every day wake up and you affirm that this is what I'm going to do, this is what it is, this is what's going to happen, and you put emotion behind those words, because that you got to ground it in emotion. And you put that out there into the world, it will absolutely be. Now, if you resign yourself to the negative and you say, well, I'm just going to leave it up to chance, I don't know what's going to happen, I'm going to do, all that millie mouth, whatever, then the world, you will absolutely get whatever's coming to you. And you're not going to be able to stop it. It's like a train. It's going to run you over. Have you ever met people that were just losers? I'm not even trying to be mean. I'm just saying they were losers. That doesn't mean that you go and bully them or pick on them or hurt them. But you really need to avoid them, because they're like, oh, I have nothing but bad luck. Only bad things happen. They're willing that into existence by saying that. I had a friend who was constantly bitching. I'm not going to say his name.
Victimhood is a self-fulfilling prophecy, man.
It sure is, dude. And then they say, well, this is why I have to get drunk. I have to do drugs. This is why I cheat on my spouse. This is why I do all these things, these bad things. And I'm like, dude, and Rain just said, you are who you hang out with. You are the sum of your closest 5 friends. Do you think that that's not a factor, who you are around? Well, absolutely. And if you all have the like-minded mentality, folks, listen to what I'm going to tell you. This is very important. Look at all of the movements in history, whether it's, and I'm talking good and bad, obviously Nazism, communism, notwithstanding, those are bad movements. But look at those people. They all put their minds and their bodies and their souls together in these movements. And everybody's always like, well, why does it always end up being something negative? Because we as beings are polarizing beings. We're negative, we're positive, but we sort of gravitate toward this negativity. And then we create movements based on anger and hate. You know why, though? Because that energy is readily available to you, like junk food. It is like junk food. But you can build something positive, something that is literally created out of nothing but goodness, love, kindness, the want to help. Those are very powerful things. And if we were to stop and focus on those things, you could create a movement. We here at PRT have literally created a movement in this community. Do you remember a day? Do you remember a time when everything was compartmentalized? You would get on the internet and it was like paranormal meant ghosts. And that was it. UFOs and aliens, they were their own thing. Dogman was its own thing. Bigfoot was its own thing. And then we said, hey, we don't believe that this is all just, this is all connected and we have to talk about all of it. And then you start to realize that there is a divine purpose behind everything. I've always said that if you had a strong leader that was benign, now you have to be benign. That's the thing. Caesar, Julius Caesar, he was the benign dictator, and the people spoke and they valued the actual gifts of a benign dictator over the empty promises of a republic that failed them, of a nobility that was broken and very deceitful and very self-serving, and above all else corrupt. And the empty promises went unfulfilled. And then Caesar came and said, with one swipe, he says, I'm going to do away with that old system and we're going to do this. Then it got better. The Pax Romana came. Augustus, he avenged Caesar, his uncle. And he said, I'm going to make this the best Roman whatever. And he did. But then Tiberius came and the corruption set in. Then it was Caligula. Then it was, and Nero, and it just got worse and worse and worse. So if you don't have a strong leader, there has to be something written in there that once that good, benign leader is gone, it goes back to what it was and you start over. Because if you don't, and you just start following the bloodlines and whatever, then you'll end up with this warped crap.
Like what we have now.
Exactly. You can make it a better
follow
world.
those bloodlines.
Yeah. Dale Moore just said a golden age. What I dream of is one day when I'm gone, people are still talking about these things and you're getting to the bottom of it and you're learning the true path to enlightenment. I don't mean in this like Buddhist, Hindu, I'm talking about the true path, using the template that the Christian God set out for us, that Jesus laid out there for you. He says, this is the way. In you can follow whatever path you want, but there is only one path to God, and that is through him. And I tell people this, and they think that it's a joke, and you're going to be attacked because the evil will come to you like flies to, manure. They just want to be there, bees to honey.
The tares are meant to choke out the wheat, man.
Yeah.
That's what they're there for.
Well, as long as you're lost, you're Satan's by default.
Mm-hmm.
Once you make a commitment and accept the salvation through Jesus Christ, then you're on this target list.
Yeah, a hit list.
He can't ever take you, but he can nullify your life to where you don't help other people make that same decision.
That's right.
And there's one thing I'm kind of curious. Has anybody here ever had a dream or a vision where they met Jesus Christ face to face?
I wish.
I have.
I had a vision in meditation, but not in a dream.
Okay. Mine was a dream. And I'll tell you one key thing. What I was concerned about another individual. And that's what we talked about. But the one thing that I took away from it is to be in the presence of Jesus Christ is a unbelievable feeling you will never forget. And once you've experienced it, you will never, ever forget it. It is so pleasant and it's something to really look forward to.
Amen to that, brother.
Amazing.
You see what he just said? What he was just saying about if you're really right with God and you're really, on track and you're part of God's army, how they're really going to come at you and attack you. What he said is 100% dead on accurate. That's exactly right. They can't stop you, but they can delay you. Because if you're doing good work and even helping somebody smile, you never know how a smile could start a chain reaction where people could just be kind to each other throughout the whole day. You never know.
Yeah, when you go into a place, I'm not saying you got to be all jumping and gregarious, whatever, but I always try to be upbeat. And Anthony, you know this. I start talking to people and I leave them smiling because that chain reaction, Groove, you just hit the nail on the head. And Tony, thank you for saying all that. You hit the nail on the head, guys. And I think that is so pivotal because there are people who've reached out to us and they've said, man, you guys, or somebody that was on the show said something. That is why we do it. That is why you do it. Because someday you will be gone. And all you're going to have left is the words that you spoke. And what you speak into existence, it means a lot. People think that I go into this willy-nilly. I don't. I research and when people give me a story, I always at least try to get something to go with it. To say, look, this is what I know, my experience and what I've been told, And when you have that kind of knowledge, I always, Brent Sowen was a friend of mine. And I talked to him briefly before he passed, and we had this conversation. I say briefly, it was like right before he passed, literally. But we had this conversation, and it was very pivotal to me because he said, he goes, as long as you have air in your lungs, it's your responsibility to say things. He goes, many times, I just thought, why just throw it in, But he kept doing it. He kept doing it because he believed in what he was doing, and he believed that he was on the right path. And
he was great.
Yeah, and in the end, all you have is your words. Yeah, you have your words, and that's the thing. And he said you're going to be attacked. You're going to be attacked. Scott Martis, the researcher, he said the same thing to me before he died. I didn't know that he had this problem with his leg. He didn't tell me how bad it was. And he said, dude, you're going to get attacked. Because I get attacked all the time, called a fool because he's out there at Lake Champlain looking for this monster that he was obsessed with. It was real. And he goes, I know it's there, but it comes and goes. And people don't want to believe me. And I said, you're on this path. And I told Scott this. I said, you're on this path. I said, but I think that you're missing a very, very important piece. And I said, you need to look at this thing as a phantom. It could come in and out of our reality. It could be the bleeding of timelines. My dad told me the other day, he's never believed in the Mandela effect, any of that kind of stuff, because he never really looked into it. And you know what I told him? I said, Dad, do you remember when we were young and you told me you used to say it all the time. He goes, I wish Ed McMahon would come knock on our door. And he goes, yeah. And then I told him, I said, that supposedly never happened. He didn't work for Publishers Clearinghouse. And my dad says, bullshit.
What the hell?
Yeah. And I said, no, Dad, I'm being serious. They say that he never did. My dad said, that is bull crap. And I said, well, okay. Do you remember the Monopoly guy? And he goes, yeah, the guy with the eye. He said it. And I said, he never had that, according to this. He goes, what? I said, look at the Fruit of the Loom. You remember Fruit of the Loom? All these different things. And he was in shock. He goes, what? I said, yeah.
The spelling of Chick-fil-A.
Damn.
I told him Mandela died 3 times. I said, come on now. This is proof. My dad is an electrical engineer, very intelligent guy. I said, come on, Dad. Stop using the analytical brain for just a minute and then go back to that analytical brain because you're going to need it once you get into the science. You see what I'm saying? Like you got to use that abstract side of your brain, but then you got to go back into the analytical side of the brain and you got to look at it and do the measurements. See, that's the thing that I got. My dad was super duper, very, left brain, blah, 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 robotic. My mother was that way to a degree, but she was also right brain. She was creative. She cross-stitched. She did all these amazing things. She cross-stitched The Last Supper. Very beautiful piece. I wish I could find it. I had it somewhere, but when we moved, it's probably in storage. I'd love to bring it up here and show you guys. And it took her almost a year. It's a beautiful piece. It's like this big. It's amazing. But she used to cross-stitch all these Sesame Street characters for me, and I had them all over my room when I was little. But my mother was very creative. And you got to have both. You got to have both. But my mother was also a tax accountant. She also did, what do you call that? What is that with the surveying? AutoCAD.
Yeah.
She was a business manager for Camp Dresser and McKee and Tonoff Consulting Engineers. She was very, very, very smart. Very smart. My mother's IQ was off the charts and my dad's was off the charts.
Wow.
You had 2 parents whose IQs were in the 150s, 160s. You got to figure their son's going to have some sense. And my dad used to get mad at me because I couldn't do algebra in 5th grade. But that was what the curriculum called for. You have to do it. So I wrote a term paper, 10 pages, 5 pages front and backs, 10 pages. I had to write a term paper. And I was like, 10 years old. Who the hell does algebra and term papers at 10 years old? When you're in the Abeka school, you do. You can look it up. Their curriculum is some of the hardest in the country, especially in the 80s. And these people, there was no child left behind. You dumb, you just get left behind. You stupid. The teacher was like, and we had this one lady, she was from Eritrea, dude, and she was a black lady, and she was like, "You're stupid. Why you do stupid?" And I'm like, and she wouldn't do that to me. It was this guy that, she would always get on to him. I'm not gonna say his name because we're still friends. 5th grade. And she's like, "You stupid. Why you no learn? You stupid." And I'm like, well, not everybody's a mad genius. Right. And so by the time I had gotten held back, but I caught up. Not only did I catch up, but I blew through the 6th, 7th grade. And then they told me, slow down. We're going to put you with your cohort group, and I didn't want to do that. I wanted to graduate. I wanted to get out. And they were like, well, in 9th grade, you can graduate, but we want you to go through, play sports and all this. My dad. And my mother was like, just let him graduate, let him go and, let him start working on an engineer degree. That's what they thought for me. And my mom and dad had kind of planned it. They wanted me to be an astrophysicist. This is their little plan together. And
Go work for NASA.
Yes. They wanted me to work with astronauts because that's what I want. I wanted to work with space because I was fascinated by space because I knew that's where we came from. And people say, well, space doesn't exist. Do you want to do the math on that? Because I was a math whiz, and I can tell you right now, it does exist.
Yeah.
There is something there. Well, not in the way that we think. We don't know because in our little 3-dimensional brain, you can't comprehend the 4th, the 5th, or 6th densities. You start to realize that they were doing math in these ancient books, in these ancient texts. In the Quran, they talk about math, that the jinn exists a right angle from mankind.
There's the right angles again. There's a triangle. Yep. There it is. There we go.
That's right. Really. It is all math. And when you start to look at the science of this and you get behind it, you're starting to go, wow, what is this?
The sacred geometry proves God.
Yes, it does. And when you look at the dimensions of the 6-pointed star, what does it come out to? 666.
It sure does.
Jesus says, let he who hath understanding reckon the number of the beast. For it is a human number. It is not one man. It is a system. It is an interlinking group of people that have accepted this. And I'm sorry to tell you this, but I mean, if you stop and you look at these people that claim they are Jews and they are not, you start to see this Khazaric connection. They were a group of people. They were a Turkic people, right? They were not the Hebrews.
No, from the Caspian Sea and the mountains. Accepted Judaism in the 7th century.
That's right. 842, King Bulan. Once you start to go down that rabbit hole, then you're like, oh, wait a minute. Now Jesus is saying, hey, your father is not our father. Your father is the synagogue of Satan, blah, 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 blah. Then you start to go, okay. And then these people don't do anything but curse Christ. They don't love Jesus in any shape or form. In fact, one of my friends told me when he was raised up, his parents said, don't say the J word. He was not allowed to say Jesus in the house. This is what I'm talking about. And it's right there in your face. And, people don't realize it, that we're already in the beast. We're already in the number. My dad said something one time that I thought was very pivotal. And he says, we need to stop looking for the Antichrist because he's already here. It's already there. It's already happening. It's happened because Jesus Christ could come at any time. And I had already been thinking that for a long time. Like Jesus said, it's going to be like a thief comes in the night. It's going to be like boom, and we're not going to be ready because there'll be a generation that doesn't know death. What's going to happen when Christ returns? There's not going to be no rapture, folks, okay? People actually believe foolishly that they're going to be taken out and not have to face the judgment. You won't have to face the time of sorrows. You won't have to face the tribulation. You will absolutely face it because God doesn't make mistakes. So if you're here, you face it.
Yeah, I believe that's a trap that's satanically inspired, and it'll cause a lot of people to fall away because they weren't raptured.
John Darby was an asshole and a Freemason.
He was.
Yeah, the pre-tribulation rapture is
that guy.
not scriptural at all. There's nothing to support it.
Absolutely true.
F that
You
guy.
know, it was interesting. I remember one of the professors when I was in divinity school was talking about how few bloodline Jews there were left in the world that could trace their bloodline back to Abraham. And that was in probably about 1991, 92. And he said at that time it was only 4%. And recently I read an article that only less than 2% of the people who refer to themselves as being Jewish ethnically are actually bloodline related to Abraham. The rest of them, it's just like, to them, it's like saying I'm a Catholic, I'm a Baptist, you know, I'm a Jew because I've taken on the Jewish religion. And a lot of those people came out of what's known today as the Ukraine.
Yeah.
And it was kind of a funny historical thing there. They had the Roman Church on one side of them, and they had the Muslims, you know, pressing them from the other side. And they were always, you know, you need to, you know, join the Roman Church. You need to become a Muslim.
The Habsburgs.
Well, they took the Jewish option because they were neither, and they could loan money at interest. It was a mortal sin to loan money at interest in the Catholic Church or in the Muslim religion at that time. And so they became Jewish. And that's where, you know, the bankers like the Rothschilds and those guys eventually came from a few hundred years later.
Who doesn't want to be God's chosen, right?
And everybody falls in line with this.
Yeah, and see, a lot of people don't understand that we're in a new covenant with Christ. And the new Israel is the Church of Jesus Christ.
Amen.
Amen.
It's not a ethnic group of people. It's everybody that's a Christian is part of the new Israel.
That Ben Gurion, who founded
understand that.
Tony's very, 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 very correct. You're very well read, Tony. Ben Gurion, Golda Meir, and many others that helped found Israel, they chose that because they knew. They actually said that they were going to fleece the Christians with this promise. Because they're like, God said that he is going to curse those that curse you and bless those that bless you, but he was talking directly to Jacob. He was talking directly to Jacob. Now, here's the confusion, too. A lot of people have accused me of saying that I don't believe in the Old Testament God. I don't believe in the Old Testament God in the way that they present him. And that was done by the priesthood class, the Levites, basically saying that God said this, God said that, God wants blood, God wants blood, God wants blood. God doesn't want blood because when Jesus came down, he said that. The old way is done away. You don't do that. And it wasn't Jesus making the sacrifice to quench his bloodthirst. So I'll send my son to be the final sacrifice to myself. No, that is not correct. That is not correct. And these morons that follow these principles of whatever, they're following them straight to hell. And I'm going to tell you something. It is incorrect. And they want to put human characteristics on God and say, God is jealous like me. God is angry like me. God is vengeful like me. God doesn't make sense. He's got all this, whatever, mixed emotions going on and confusion like me. No, dude, you're a human. God is not like you or like me. God is not a respecter of persons. He doesn't have to be.
There's a scripture. My bad.
Go ahead.
There's a scripture that clarifies, Josh, to add on to what you and the brother in the middle, the man with the yellow hat. I'm sorry, couldn't help it. The man with the white hat. I love Curious George. My bad. Now, what's your name, sir, in the middle?
Tony, and that's an open road.
Okay, Mr. Tony. I have to show respect to my elders. You're a good brother. There's a scripture in 2 Samuel where God specifically rebuked King Saul, and he told him that I don't eat the meat of your bulls and I don't want the blood of your goats. He said that what pleases me is not your sacrifice, but obedience. And because, you know, you're a lesser man and rebellious, I'm going to take away your kingdom and give it to a man who deserves it. And I have chosen King David, son of Jesse, to be the new king over Israel. And that kind of clears it up right there. So we want sacrifice. And that's what basically he was saying, because the Pharisees, Sadducees, the rabbis, all of them at the time, just 1,000 goats, 1,000 bulls. And, you know, the Father clarified it. I don't want that. I want you to be obedient. I don't need that. So that kind of refutes all that. And I've several people who are kind of thinking like you were talking about, Josh, with the whole Old Testament kind of God wants these weird sacrifices and 5 shekels of silver and 1,000 dead goats and the blood of chickens and all that. No, he don't want that.
You know, and when you take it out further into the ether here, you know, if you look at just, there's so many examples of everything that isn't, but it is. Numbers to the infinity, the negative, numbers to the infinity, to the positive. There is no end. If there's no end to numbers, there is no end to the universe. You know, dimensions are infinite. Existence is solid. Time doesn't exist. And so what many people see is impossible is absolutely possible. And then, you know, most are stuck on a single reality. This is why they can't comprehend the existence of ghosts or cryptids. How can you comprehend that? I talked to somebody at a convenience store the other day, because I go in there I used to go in there quite a bit. And I actually ran into this person at the gym. And I talked to them and we started talking. They used to work at a convenience store where I used to live close to. And I saw him in the gym and he was talking. We started talking. He says, "You're into all that aliens?" I don't believe any of that. And I thought, how could you not believe? Not just like not believing in aliens, but not believing that there's anything other than us. What do you think we are? What do you think we're at? Like, how could that even? I see Anthony, you're looking at me like, what?
Yeah, it's just I don't get that.
How could you not?
Thinking.
You think that we're just on this ball of rock and we're spinning through space and there's nothing there? Oh my gosh, dude, I can't imagine waking. And I told him, I said, his name is Afar. I said, Afar, how could you wake up every day and be you? I couldn't do it.
I mean, like, why does the rest of the universe even exist if life only exists on this planet? Like, I mean, like, doesn't that seem like you're implying basically that God made this infinite world for no pragmatic reason, because life is only going to exist on one planet of it. So it's kind of like you're even if you don't mean to, you're kind of like limiting, or you're questioning God's intention. You're limiting, you know, his ability. It like, why would he do something that makes no sense? If planet Earth is the home to all life, then why is the universe infinite? Or even if it's not, if you don't believe it is, why is it as ridiculously vast as it is then, if there's no life?
Those people are victims of design, generations of spiritual suppression, you know, and that's the end result. Is you have the, you know, like somebody told me when I got sober a long time ago, the only thing you need to know, kid, is that there is a God and you're not it, you know. And that was like pretty profound for me back then, you know, because I think that's kind of what you're talking about, is that, you know, when, you know, you're the sphere of your own everything, you know what I mean? And that whole denying the spirit, denying things that aren't tangible doesn't mean that they're not real, right? And that is a lesson that I think all of us have been blessed to have learned by whatever catalyst that was. You know, like for me, it was, you know, the realization that Sasquatch is real, and I have no idea where that comes from. That opened up so many other rabbit holes and doors, and started a more of a spiritual journey as well. That's the truth. I think you're absolutely right, Ant.
Yeah, this is why we all come together and we do the show. So let's get to Dragon and Amy. What do you guys got to talk about? And let's see what each one of your subjects are, and we'll pick the one that's interesting. The other one will just have to sit there.
Amy, you can go ahead.
Okay, Amy, I would normally say ladies first, but Dragon was here first, so you're just going to have to sit there, young lady. Go ahead, Dragon.
All right, cool.
Yes, I did. I actually assumed your gender. Can I call you, or do I have to call you they, them, or can I just say, ma'am? She's not answering.
I feel like we're walking a tightrope here.
So, Amy, is it okay if I call you her, she, or can I call you they, them? What do I need to do? Okay, thank you. I was making sure because I don't want to offend anybody. Actually, I'm looking for a way to offend people, but go ahead.
I was going to say that's not true. Except in your case, Amy.
Yeah. But go ahead, Dragon. Let's see what you have to say here.
Yeah, so I have a divine intervention story that happened to me. Kind of like a third party though, because I went through the actual car accident, but years later, and I know how you feel about psychics, but I was told by a psychic what actually happened to me during the impact. I don't know if you guys want to hear that, or I have a lucid dream spiritual attack experience.
Well, you're attacking everybody's like, what was that? What was the attack? Because it's human nature, you know. But I don't know. What do you guys think? Amy, what do you got for us? Is it more interesting than that?
Random stuff.
Thanks, Dragon. Next.
Right.
We need the attack. Where's the attack? If there's an attack and it's good. Amy, were you attacked? Tell us how the attack was. It a clown? Did it come up and
No,
it was flesh? Did it?
We need something bad happening to you.
Where's the bad? That's what everybody wants. They want that.
I wanted to bring up like abduction scenarios. I have this weird thing on my back. It's not a thing. It's like
a demon.
A spine?
Yeah, I hope not. Weird thing on my back.
This hard line. I don't know what it is. It's weird. It's like it's bone. It's.
It sounds like a deformity. It's not. So I didn't know about this thing on my back until I started massage school, and they were massaging my back, and they said, "What is this like hole in your back, like a scoop?" And I didn't know I had it there, and I didn't really think much about it. I just thought it was some weird skin thing, and later down the years that I was looking into like this actual it was talking about abductions and how they were showing photos of different markings and things that people have experienced through abductions. And I saw one that looked exactly like the one on my back.
Interesting.
And I thought, what is that? So many years have passed, and I've been a therapist for almost 20 years, and I've never seen something like that on anybody's body, and we have to be very mindful about moles and things like that on the body. So I have to continuously be, on the lookout for things like that, or open wounds, things like that. And I've never seen something like that on anybody. So I'm wondering, this is just kind of like a theory. Is that something related to an abduction, or, have you guys heard of anything like that? I mean, the scoop is kind of big. Like my thumb can go in there, and I've never had any surgery. I've never had any, injury like that on my back. And yeah, so I just want to throw that out and see what people think, and if anybody has any information on that, because even in skin conditions and that I've looked up, I haven't really seen anything like that.
It is quite common in abductions, the scoop of your DNA. A lot of people say they have felt that, and that they have that like a divot in their skin.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I was abducted in 2010, and I'm pretty sure I have a tracker in my ankle.
Dick, when we recorded, you told me about the Dogman and the portal. Did you talk about the alien stuff?
Yeah.
You did?
I was in the backyard with the two girls, and we vanished for an hour and 45 minutes.
Okay. We're going to record, but I didn't know what we were going to record about, because I think we did a two-parter. So, but you have more stuff that's happened since then?
Oh, a whole bunch of weird stuff.
Wow. You got to stop letting things happen to y'all. Why do you keep letting these things happen?
I know, man. This crap follows you around, though, eh? Once that door's open, man.
It really does.
Okay,
Yeah.
last night on the show we talked about was it last night? So we don't mess it up, because I know tomorrow night we have a bunch of stuff from people seeing these vampire, ghoul, whatever they are. I don't want to mess it up, but did we talk about it last night where the guy saw the thing in the parking garage on top of some? Yeah, we did. It was last night.
Yeah, we brought that one up last night.
This guy saw something in a parking garage. It was like a vampire on top of somebody. Right. And then after that, the guy started seeing things, seeing ghosts, things like that. So, Amy, you have something that happened to you. And then afterwards, did you start to like when you told the story? I think it was last week or the week before. And so after that, you started having all these episodes, including what could be abduction, alien abduction. Right?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, maybe I'm just reaching. I hope I am, because that's scary, you know?
Well, yeah. It's pretty.
But I do have a feeling that it is connected to that. And but I mean, who knows? Yeah, I'll try to have somebody take a picture of it and I'll send it to you guys. And but it's not like I can have, you know, I'm thinking like maybe you should do like a past life regression and see if something comes out.
Yeah.
Because
the BB thing.
There's a lot of repressed memories for sure.
Yeah.
Your first instinct's usually the right one.
Yep.
Yeah.
And,
you go ahead.
Go ahead, Dragon. It's your turn.
I was gonna say you could be a part of the hybrid agenda.
She's like, okay.
No, yeah,
That doesn't make me feel better.
I'm familiar with that.
sucks.
I hope it's not a hybrid. Whoa.
I'm just saying that's going on, and
Yeah.
I'm not.
Your whole life could be a lie.
Hey, Dragon's just saying it's the word on the street.
Yeah.
Don't
This is
hold
what I heard. This is what the hood is talking.
the hood be saying. That's all I'm
You know what I
saying.
mean?
I got
Yeah, I
you.
mean-
You know what I mean?
Thanks, man.
Yeah, it's.
I think these hybrids know they're hybrids and they're part of a bigger agenda.
You think they know? I don't think they all know.
No?
No.
They might not all know. It could just be normal life to them.
Yeah, I think there are some people who are part reptilian and don't even really know.
They don't know. They don't
No.
know.
Correct.
And then they can wipe your mind too. And then it comes
Yeah.
out in weird ways. Like this woman was okay. I haven't even done this yet, but I want to tell you, there's a woman that we interviewed, and she was telling us, well, you, but mostly me and Tony, and she was talking about her children being reptilian. And I said, well, how can that be? And if you're not a reptilian, she's like, because their dad was. And I
Boy.
said, who's the dad? She goes, he's not he donated the sperm basically, but it was mixed with something because she'd been abducted since she was 4. And she's 35 years old. So that's like 31 years of abduction, 35 years old. She's got 2 kids and they're young, you know, preteen, and one just became a teen. But it's like, dude, she had a man that she was with. He left her. They look like the dad. So they're obviously, but he doesn't have any reptilian traits, but there was something that was mixed with that. And she believes that they have the technology to do that. This is her belief. I'm not saying I believe, because when I say something, people are like, well, you believe that.
Nimrod was 3 parts. Nimrod was 3 parts. He was 2-part. He was 2-part one of them and 1 part human.
Gilgamesh.
Gilgamesh. Yeah.
Gilgamesh. I know what you're talking about. And,
Yeah.
And so you have that that ability to be something you don't even know if you're that.
Yeah.
But some people are lied to too.
I have to wonder though. I think the aliens are like on some racist shit because they don't come to the ghetto and the barrio. I don't know why they don't do it. They don't come to China.
Amy's Hispanic. Come on now. But you know what though? That's not true, Grooves. Because what about the twins?
Barney Hill.
Oh,
Bath
Truth and Bass.
Truth and Bass, dude.
Yeah.
When they were at my conference, Grooves. When they were at my conference, I literally they moved the BB on their legs. You could see it.
Okay, and
Where on their leg was
this?
it?
What year was this when they got abducted?
They're not that old. How old are they? They're about your age, Anthony.
I think they're maybe 6-7 years older than me, maybe in their early 40s.
I think they're in their 30s. They're in the 30s.
You know what
Where
that
in the
means,
leg
Elsie?
was it?
No, wait. You know what? Yeah, maybe they are because I think they just turned 40.
Well,
I think.
okay. So wait, hold on. My statement stands, but I will correct it. That was right after affirmative action, bro. The aliens, they had the choice.
So it's a DEI abduction.
You're right. It's DEI aliens. They had to. They said mix it up a little bit. Put a little chocolate in the milk, you know?
Obama came out. He's like, "Look, I'm very offended by
The
you.
thriller came out.
You need more brothers and sisters up here. I don't see it happening."
Like
Everyone
Tony
deserves to
said,
be
Betty
abducted.
and Barney Hill.
No child left behind.
That's right.
My fellow reptilians, we need to meet. We need to meet our diversity quota, even with aliens.
That makes me think of those aliens from The Simpsons with the big eye.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
They're like, we have to meet the quota.
Yeah.
Where in the leg was the BB?
It was by the if I remember correctly, it was by the shin. I watched Truth
Oh,
or somebody
for crying
messaged me and
out
said,
loud.
that ain't correct. But I think so. I think it was in the lower leg. I remember that.
Yeah, so is mine.
Well, Danita, I said her name. I just blurted it out. I'm sorry if you're listening, Danita. Well, she only listens to this. She's a pod person though. She listens to the podcast. Danita is black and she's an abductee. We also know two twins that are females that are black and they were abductees. So
Is she black or like Meghan Markle black? What you
no,
Oh, man. I'm just saying, bro.
brother.
Amazing.
No, hey, she's a sister, bro. She's a sister for real. She's
Guys
dark.
hammered home the point.
She's dark. No, I can tell you this. I could think off the top of my head about a half a dozen. There's another one that's on my. Oh, Amy got off. She says, "Y'all been talking all this."
Aliens like the
I wanted to ask her some questions. I wanted to know if she's had any paranormal strangeness since she discovered the divot in her back. I want to know if she had any lost time. I had a couple in the chamber I wanted to hit her with. Come back, Amy.
Well, that doesn't sound good. I had a couple in the chamber I wanted to hit her with. I don't want to be.
You always take it there, don't you?
Well, you're
I
talking
feel like I'm
crazy.
watching
I feel like
Breaking
you're
Bad over
violence or
here.
something here.
It's your innate hatred of. There she is.
With all the bad talk.
Amy.
Particularly from Kramer and Groove.
Yes.
Sorry.
Amy,
Forgive this man.
I have
He's
a
an English
question.
man.
Have you, since you became aware of this divot in your back, had any strangeness occur since then? Like, have you have any lost time or any sort of, for lack of a better term, paranormal experience that's kind of manifested since you've had awareness of this thing?
No. This happened after all my experiences. My experiences when I was younger, between my 90, since I was a 5-6-year-old until I was about like my 20s. And
So you had them in the past, though, right? That's what you're telling me.
yeah, sleep
Right on.
paralysis. Yeah, I talked about it last week. It would happen at least 3 times a month. And a lot of the times I was telling them that when I did wake up in the sleep paralysis and my eyes could move around, I could see a being like walking through beings walking through the door, and the fear, like I said, the fear would take over. And then, yeah, there's a few times that I could feel like I was out of body, like my body was floating on top of my body. And I was telling them that during that time, I was a lot into aliens. It was the fad, and I collected like a lot of alien things, and and I was all like, I believe, and I was really into aliens. So was that an invitation? It's kind of weird that it happened around that time. I'm assuming.
Have you ever had it looked at by a physician?
I haven't.
I'd be
Because
curious
it's
to
never
see what they
hurt.
say.
Yeah, it's never hurt. It's never, it's not an open wound or anything. It's just a
Right.
divot. And even the people who have massaged me, they're like, what is that? And I said, have you felt anything like that before? And they're like, no. So it's rare. It's kind of rare.
It'd be interesting to have
yeah.
a doctor look at it just to document it.
No, I should, right? But
Absolutely.
I never went to have it looked at. It's never grown in size. It stayed the same. When you do feel inside, you feel like the edge, and you feel the scoop, like
a sample.
Yeah, like if they took a scoop and they scooped the muscle from that area, it's in between my shoulder blade and my spine, right in between.
Oh,
so yeah.
Interesting as heck.
Yeah.
Crazy.
So
So can I? Oh, go ahead. I was gonna just tell my story
Yeah, I was going to get to that. Go
if we're all ready.
We're ready.
Break it out, babe.
All right. So if you don't know, I'm Dragon Paul. I host Starblood Chronicles, also on YouTube, and so I help people remove low vibrations from their homes. And the one thing about doing it, I've done it like 3 times, and I've got retaliated the exact same amount of times. So this recent client asked me to help her remove something from her home, so I did. And then that night, I was attacked in my sleep. Let's see. So it started out kind of how do you say, rated R, my dream, and there was like a hot chick with me.
Okay.
Continue.
And then yeah, it was just me and this hot chick in a weird version of an old house that I used to live in. And all of a sudden, her body, like, it's still there on me, but it goes clear. I can see through it now. I don't see what she looks like anymore. And on the behind, through the beam, I see the wall behind the beam, and it's starting to fill up with flies. A giant circle of flies is starting to form. And so at this moment, I'm alert in my dream. It turns very lucid. And I throw this thing off of me to my right. And as soon as I do that, I kind of teleport. So I'm in bunk beds. And I teleport to the top bunk. And then the door of that room swings wide open. And because I do Muay Thai, I did this crazy ninja kick off of the top bunk, and I didn't hit anything. I did not feel anything. And I was like, oh, okay, it's gone. And then as soon as I thought that, it grabbed me, and like in like a tornado in the cartoons, we were spinning, like fighting.
Right.
And this is crazy. So mind you, I don't know what it looks like yet, other than the hot chick in the beginning. So we're spinning and spinning, and I start gaining the upper hand, and floating off of the wall like is a metal. It looks like a necklace, but I'm pretty sure it was some sort of medallion. And I had the wherewithal to grab it in the dream off of the wall as we spin out into the like kitchen hallway area. And from here, I could feel like I'm winning. I'm winning the wrestle, the fight. And my mother's image and my sister's image pop out on the each other side of it. And almost we are in the position of a triangle with me and this thing, like kind of wrestling in the middle. And right then I start to float with it almost in a chokehold, but then I feel 2 things grab my legs. So I'm kind of floating, but not being able to move. And as soon as I say to my mom and my sister, they're not letting me go. They're not letting me go. I don't know what we say, but we all kind of like putting our energy toward the negative thing in like in a battle sort of way. Mm-hmm. And as that happens, my restraints break free, and I float straight through the back door, and that's when I see it, and I throw it on the ground, and it has very, very dark gray ashen face, not like light ashen, like charcoaly, orange eyes, and it looks like almost like a little older than a teenager, sort of like human, but it's not human. And I toss it on the ground, and it looks at me like a angry wet cat and goes, and then I wake up, and then here's the kicker to the lucid dream. I'm awake, and I'm not panicking because I was like, well, I just whooped that thing's ass. and then my speaker's on. I have a sound bar, and it goes boop, 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 and I've never heard it do that in my life. So that was one experience, kind of recent, that I had. How do you guys view that?
I want to say something about the tornado, because there is a type of jinn that actually can manifest like that, and it's found they're like this whirling dervish, they call it.
Mm-hmm.
And there actually are mystics too that can imitate this. They can do this. Sufi in particular talk about these beings as thought forms, but they are the house or the vessel for demons. And so what I mean is, like, this thing can manifest as like this tornado, and you'll see it in your dream. I've dealt with one of these in my bedroom one time in the house I used to live in that was really haunted down in South Austin. Something came in there and it was like a whirlwind, and it was at the foot of my bed, and it was trying to catch me up in it.
Mm-hmm.
Spiritually, not my body, but my spirit. I could see it. I was out of my body. And that's the only one I really remember happening, that I can fully remember. But I know a lot of people have talked about this. And yes, Joel, spiral.
Sounds like a succubus to me.
Yeah, and it's a type of demon, but they can use that ability to get you caught up in the whirlwind. That's interesting that you say that tornado type thing, because also in the desert, in certain areas of the Levant, they don't look at a whirlwind, a dust devil, if you will.
Right.
And the fact that they call it a devil, that's something that we call them here too. But that whirlwind, they see those and they take shelter, not from the elements, but from it. The Bedouins in particular. And Jordan, I know that because I talked to some people that were Jordanian officers. One of them was in the military and a police, and he worked at Petra. And that there again, another place we were talking about earlier, Petra, with those weird triangular, weird shaped-headed creatures, entities, whatever, that roam around that area, because there is a vortex there, a spiritual superhighway. And they'll see these dervish winds, and they'll get panicky because that is a demon. Different
Well,
types.
There's an angel of the whirlwind, right? So obviously, since Satan inverts everything, he's going to have devils of the whirlwind.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember in the Testament of Solomon, one of the most powerful demons that he had to bind with that ring that the Archangel Michael gave him? Do you remember it was like in the form of like a whirlwind? He said it was so powerful when he blew all the guards around the throne room. And they had to contain him in some kind of huge, like a glass jar or something they had to put him in, because he was just so powerful. He wasn't like the other demons that had like a shape or a form and he could contain them. He had to do something special with him because he was like wind. And then you go back to the first Ghost Rider movie with Nicolas Cage, and the demons that were sent from hell to join, I guess, the devil's son, Blackheart, the character. One of them was the power of like a whirlwind. And those demons all had different powers and responsibilities. So that's very interesting. This keeps that theme of a demonic entity like a whirlwind keeps coming up.
Well,
Right.
Trinavarta. Does anyone in the audience know who Trinavarta is? Without Googling it, does anybody know who that is?
No.
Okay. In Hindu mythology, Krishna, when he was a baby, which is kind of like their version of Christ. And it's interesting that he's called Krishna and his dad is God, right? The one true God. Krishna was attacked. He was actually killed, but he survived. He was like born again. He was revamped or whatever. But Chris disappeared. What happened to Chris? And so Krishna, he was eventually like he resurrects, right? And he's like Christ. But he was sent by Trinavarta as an evil king. And I forgot the name of the place he was from. Trying to remember the name of the place he was from. Starts with the K. Look it up. Trinavarta sent to kill Krishna by evil king of, I don't know what the name of it is.
Kathmandu?
The The king's name was like Kamsas or something like that. I don't know. Look it up. You can. Anthony's googling it right now. But what's interesting is Trinavarta was this whirlwind dervish devil that actually was trying to kill Krishna as an infant, and he got caught up in the air. So Chris had to run.
Trinavarta is a prominent asura, which means demon in Hindu mythology, especially in the Bhagavata Purana. He was dispatched by Kamsa, the tyrannical king of Mathura and maternal uncle of Krishna, with a specific mission to murder the infant Krishna.
And when you think about it, what we were talking about is how these devils, they take certain lands to their own. Mathura is where he's from, right?
Yeah.
Kamsa is the king, yeah. And so that's Krishna's maternal uncle. So that's his mother's brother, right?
Mm-hmm.
But he wants to kill Krishna. Now, he doesn't have a claim to the throne to be the main dude, but he's evil. And so he knows that Krishna is going to grow up, and when he does, he's going to get rid of all the bad guys. And so that's it right there, and knowing the mythology is important, because a lot of people say, well, it's mythology, right? That's just mythology. But mythology, when it talks in Genesis about mighty men of renown, Genesis 6, which, let's be honest, the book of Enoch is the long version of that. It's speaking to basically that there were giants in the earth, right? And these were men of renown. Who do you think they're talking about? They're talking about Heracles.
Mm-hmm.
They're talking about Achilles.
Yep.
They're talking about Thor. That's who they're talking about. These were mighty men of renown. Now, those guys did good things for the most part. Not all of them. They were good, but they were.
Mm-hmm.
They fought the good fight. A lot of them. Thor was a lover of mankind. He loved humans, and he protected us from the ogres. Which, when you look at who the ogres were, let's be honest, they were the Nephilim. He killed thousands of them to protect humans, because they were always trying to eat people and molest people in different ways. And so he would go at them and he would smite them in the head with his hammer. And he wasn't the biggest. He was a giant to us, but he wasn't the biggest. These guys were huge. They would gang up on him, and he'd still beat their ass because he cared about people. And then somebody argued with me. They said, well, Ragnarok never happened, did it? I said, sure it did. Sure it did. It's happened over and over again. It's going to happen again. It's going to keep on. These are just ends of ages that we're talking about. It's going to happen again and again.
What do you think all those old ruins are?
Mm-hmm. It's cyclical. This stuff is cyclical. It keeps happening. And so, that's the thing. I mean, and you have these whirlwinds, Dragon Paw, that come and go in mythology, and these, like what King Groove was talking about, this demonic entity came in the form of a whirlwind and attacked. He tried to disrupt. I remember, because it was like it tried to disrupt what he was doing. And there was one demon who was he was very, very evil. And they said that he was the leader. He was the king of the devils at that time. They didn't say Lucifer. His name was never mentioned in those. But
it said Beelzebub. That's what they called him.
Beelzebub was one of them. But one of the, hey, Sailor Nemesis, how you doing?
Hey.
One of them that was known was Asmodeus.
Yes.
Because Asmodeus was the one who did what he did. He tricked Solomon, into throwing that ring, and it cost Solomon 7 years in another realm. Now, when he got back to our realm, folks, this is why time doesn't exist. Because God he taught him a lesson. He says, you know what? You're that stupid to let this evil demon get that close to you and trick you into getting drunk and then throwing that ring into the ocean.
Yeah.
Because Asmodeus said, oh, you throw that ring in the ocean, do you think God would still keep me imprisoned? Because he's like, it wouldn't happen. You throw that ring in the ocean, you can't do anything to me. So he kind of tricked them into testing God. Well, how much does God love me? Let me throw this ring into the ocean and let's see if I can still have the power over this demon. Did not God say that the power comes from that ring? Did he not tell you that?
Yep.
So why would you take it off and throw it in the ocean, dumbass? Well, let's see
Tempt
what
not
happens.
the Lord thy God.
That's right. And he threw it in the ocean, and what happened? And then Asmodeus says, okay, sucker, see ya. And then he, basically used the power of the winds, and he forced him off into another land.
400 miles.
Yes. And if he wouldn't have gone to that other land, things might not have changed for him. Nothing would have happened. It would have just been business as usual. 7 years. And then he caught the eye of the king's daughter, and they had a love affair, and she helped him. She brought him before the king, and the king's like, I'm not letting this foreigner from a land that we don't even know have anything. So he made him a servant, and he served that king, and eventually he learned humility. His pride was broken, and then he washes back up on the shore, and his soldiers are there, and they're like, oh, what happened? My lord, you were washed away. We thought you were dead. And he's like, how long have I been away? He knows he's been gone for at least 7 years. They were like, oh, well, it's been like a couple days. What? Different versions, there's versions where he was only gone for a few hours.
The part that got me was that the demon, Asmodeus, whatever, that he started imitating King Solomon. He took the form of him physically. And the only way they could tell that he wasn't Solomon, he tricked all the people. He had crow's feet.
Yeah.
So, and I've heard a lot of people talk about demons and demonic entities looking like people, but they have weird looking feet. We used to depict witches back in the day. And even, you remember in the Lost Boys, the vampires, they were hanging upside down. They had feet that looked like almost some kind of bird feet.
Yeah.
Malachi Martin said always check the feet because it'll show there. He said most of them have cloven feet.
Interesting.
That's interesting. It is interesting. I personally,
Wait,
I check.
what about? Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, personally, I check how big the girl's wrist is, and if she's got a muscular throat, then I don't want that.
It's not a girl, bro.
That's what I said. I'm just saying, got to be careful out here.
So the demon well, it's a demon, I guess, but it's really a fallen. I think it's an archon. That's what I believe. And I think what happened was Solomon. There were 3 or 4 in particular that he encountered that were exceptionally evil. Asmodeus was one of them. Astaroth was another. And they each had a kingdom. They each had their own Beelzebub. But Beelzebub actually kind of tattletales on his son. He says, I'm not even the really bad guy. He says, I have a son who's really bad, and he haunts the Black Sea. And I have no power over this dude. So if you want me to fetch him, you better bring some other people to help me to round him up, because he's a bad guy. What this smacks of to me was like, okay, he doesn't have control over that region. His son does. So maybe if you help me, I can wrangle him up for you. Maybe he can stay here in my place. He's really bad. This is the kind of demons. This is what they do. His own son, he's over here like tattletelling on, and you get the gist of these people. This is why these beings, not people, this is why they will never conquer everything, because they're always in their own little fiefdoms, much like this community. Nobody can ever, don't take credit for it. No, I don't give a crap about credit or titles. I want to know what's out there. I want to know what's what. Thirst for knowledge. Jesus says we die for lack of it. Hey, Cody Edmondson, how you doing? We die for lack of knowledge. Jesus says that, and it's very apparent that that's what's happening. So as long as we don't have the knowledge, right, we die. I always said this, and I said this since the beginning of PRT, the cult of ignorance leads to the cult of what?
Death.
Death. That's what it is. The more you know. Now, the entity that you're referring to, I believe, and I don't know if I'm pronouncing this correctly, is Tephras is his name. If the PH is to be pronounced as an F, then it's Tephras, I believe. But it could be Tepras. I've never heard it pronounced. I've only read it. But that was the whirlwind dervish. That was the demon that did what it did in Solomon's court. And And so, yeah, and Tony just said, Tony Long, that's my nephew. He just said we've been stagnant for too long. We have, and that's a problem. But the problem is, you go to a paranormal convention, and they're like, "Oh, you're that cryptid guy." One of them told me that. I said, "Oh, you're a witch." No, I'm not. I'm joking. See, but you see how that sounds? You know, you just say I'm just some guy. It's like, you're a pizza delivery guy. Well, I have a life outside of it. I used to deliver pizza, and people be like, "You're the pizza guy." Somebody saw me at Walmart one time, and that's how they referred me, as the pizza guy. I'm like, "Hey, I got other things going on in my life." Rob Schneider did a joke about that. "Hey, I'm not the pizza guy, all right? I do other things. I pay taxes." You're not just the pizza guy. You do other things. But, that's how people look at you. Oh, you're that guy. Don't put me in a box. Because we need to get out of this box. That's the problem. And what we do at the show here is very important. We are trying to get out of these boxes. We don't need to be put in this box. There is something to be said for this. I've had Native Americans, two different type of Native Americans. The Dickas are different. They're not all the same. But one, he's, good friend of mine. He's a Chippewa, and he told me, he's the first one to tell me this. And he says, "Wolf, if you ever go to die," he's like, "my people believe that you shouldn't be inside of a squared room." And when I first heard it, I said, "Phil, what do you mean? Why is that?" He says, "Because if you die, you could be trapped. That's a form of imprisonment. When we build houses, we should build them round." I said, "Well, that's not as easy, right?" But this squared off, like sort of, Cartesian lines that we do, that's actually an imprisonment. What do you think? The black cube is the black cube and not the black circle. Because we build these lines and we make them. And there is a Sufi mystic that I was reading about one time. And I know this was in Fate magazine. I read it and I went and I looked deeper into it. And he was saying that the worst entity you will ever face is a human thought form. Because the human thought form is not bound by any laws. The human mind can conjure up things worse than anything that's already out there. And now we're giving that ability to what? To AI. And that AI has access to all of our thoughts and all of our collective consciousness. Why do you think AI can generate stuff like that? Boom. Because if it's out there and it's been put out there into the ether by us, then the AI is going to catch it. It's going to use it. That's a problem. People don't realize how much power you have. If you could captivate one person's mind, you have something. You're onto something. If you can captivate thousands of people's minds, i.e. Stephen King, Dean Koontz, the fiction writers, imagine what you can do. Get that there again. Imagine that imagination. The ability to fathom things and to think and to bring things into existence. That is a power that we have. And imagine how strong it is when you have a bunch of people working together. But the flip side of that, oh, it's bad, right? You shouldn't do this, shouldn't do that. You can turn it into something good. That's the key. People don't realize that. They don't understand. If we all work together, we could change the reality. You can literally change the very essence of this reality. This reality is very malleable. It's not set in stone. And even if it was set in stone, stone is malleable too. That's the thing. People don't understand. You, Richards, were talking the other day about the mind being unbridled and how dangerous it is.
Mm-hmm.
That is the thing. When you stop and you look at these, the way that the world moves, everybody wants to put it into this rigidity. Like, okay, well, I read this. This is the truth. But the Solomon thing that Grooves was talking about, there are a lot of different versions of that. Many different versions. I've read versions of that story. The gist is the same. He throws the ring or he drops it or whatever. He's gone for 400 days. He's gone for several years. He's gone for most of it is several years. He comes back and it's only been a month or it's been a week or it's been days or it's even been hours. But in the Quran, it actually says in the end, in the last days, that time will be moving very fast, because it says a year will be like a month will be like a day, and a day, or like a week, and a week will be like a day, and a day will be like an hour will be like a minute will be like a second, and so on and so forth. This is already happening. You notice the time seems to be just soaring.
100%. Yeah,
It's gotten so fast. It's like the days are 16 hours long.
exactly.
I look up and I'm like, dude, my day is already, I've been up for 4 hours already. And I've been, I'm like, it's already freaking, 4 in the afternoon. I can't believe it.
Yeah, time is sped up.
And now tonight, when I get out of here, I got to go meet with my, one of my new business partner. I got to go meet with him. He's working all night. I got to go talk to him. I got to go to the gym. I got to finish the patrol. I got a bunch of stuff I got to do. And then I got to interview somebody from the Maldives. She's Greek, and she lives in the Maldives, but she has an incredible story of something that we're going to talk about on Wednesday, something that her dad brought home from overseas and didn't know that it was causing a lot of problems, and it was, because people don't realize, you can bind energy to these things, to objects, but just as easily you can unwind it. You can undo it. Nothing can be done that can't be undone, other than God and his word. Everything else can be undone. You think I'm joking? Look at the Mandela effect. That is a whole bunch of stuff that's been undone. Now Ed McMahon never worked for the Publishers Clearinghouse. I know he did. We know he did. We know that the Monopoly guy had a monocle. Now he doesn't.
Do you know how Geordie Rose explained all that away? The guy that invented the D-Wave quantum computer?
Yeah.
He said that when they go and they talk to these interdimensionals and they go quantum, quote unquote quantum, they go into these other realms, that they put out about 85% energy through the machine, but they get 126% back. And every time that they go into these realms and seek to retrieve what he calls resources, it changes something on our plane of existence.
Yeah. Yep.
So I believe him when he says that who he's talking to as well, who is giving him the information, is the what he says are the Lovecraftian old ones, but I think they're fallen angels.
They are.
I had a question for Mr. Chaplain Tony, if he doesn't mind.
Go ahead.
Okay, sir. Have you ever had any person or people, or like a household or family, try to get you to cleanse their house or bless them because they were given like cursed items?
I haven't had anybody in the family do that, but I've had people that I worked with as a criminal justice chaplain do that.
Very interesting. You have any stories about that?
Well, there are people that there's kind of a crazy thing. Guy came back from vacation, and he had this mask, and it was kind of an African mask, and he kind of got to feeling uneasy about it, and he asked me about it, and so you just bless the thing, bind any satanic powers, and then bless the thing. And also, as far as like your home or something, I've done this for my home on more than one occasion. I've asked God to bind all dark forces that come against me, because I realize, as a Christian and also as a chaplain who's kind of put it out there, that I have probably attracted people that practice the dark arts that come against me. And I remember when I was still, before I retired and was still working, every once in a while things would get just crazy, and I would have to do those type of protection prayers. And you can even go around your property and anoint it with oil and things of this nature. And that does seem to work. And I know that I've had some Catholic priests that were friends, and they're really into that.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for that. Thank you.
It's if you believe in God, you've got to believe in the other spiritual entities. You know, you don't have one without the other. And there's a lot of people, they just want to hear the good, warm, and touchy-feely side of the equation. They don't want to hear about spiritual warfare.
No.
And when I had people in the criminal justice system, inmates, I would warn them so that they'd be prepared that you're probably going to lose all of your friends. You may even lose your girlfriend or your wife if they don't come with you. And I said that most of them are not going to come with you when you try to share the good news of Jesus Christ with them. So, you know, I don't want it to get you down. I just want to forewarn you that things are going to change, and people are they're going to shy away from you if they're lost. And really, that's a good thing. You know, if you can't share the gospel of Christ with them and them accept it, then, you know, it's just like Christ told the disciples, just dust off your feet and move on.
Yeah.
Can't be unevenly yoked.
Yep.
Did you see what just happened there? Audio had messed up since.
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
The audio messed up just now while you're talking.
Yeah, I bet it did. Yeah, this if you're going around doing like what Mr. Tony does and stuff that I do, you're used to this. I know Josh is used to this too.
Yeah, it depends on what when I go on a show and I'm going to talk about something specific, it seems like if I plan it, but that's why I just have to just come and clear my mind and shoot, you know, just because you kind of have to put it out of your mind and then bring it back, you know, right before you load it. I believe that these beings are watching our thoughts like a hawk.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. More so than ever. I mean, they are one place you can do this, and I say this is very important, physical exercise. One of the things I do a lot of thinking when I'm at the gym. When you're at the gym, you're expelling so much energy that I think that they can't catch you. That, you know, they have to be on a vibration.
Mm-hmm.
It's very much like, you know, if somebody hacks into something, you know, computer wise,
yeah,
you know, they have to catch the right, you know, the same thing happens in our spiritual world. They have to catch you on that vibration. And so your thoughts just kind of go through really fast, moving things really fast. Cause I've had psychics tell me they couldn't read my thoughts. They couldn't pick up on certain energies. And I'm like, yeah, it's a defense mechanism. You know, people do that. They can't. And so if you just talking and you're using, and this is what I tell you, turn off the mind and use the spirit, because they can't catch you. Where they catch you, when I mean they, I'll tell you exactly who they are. Like Tolstoy says, people say they don't know who they are. I'm telling you who they are. Okay. They are the handlers that are the liaisons between us and the demons, that they're working for these beings. And they use humans too. They're just basically automatons, like shells that they talk through. Blah, 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 blah. You know, they're just demons. It was like you were saying the other day, we were talking to one of the witnesses, Anthony, you were saying how like eventually these people become so possessed that there's no human left in them.
Yeah, it's like the negativity has slowly eaten out the very soul from within their body, like from the inside out, and they just become this empty shell that's completely inhabited.
It's just there for the parasite.
Yeah, that's it.
And they have actually asked the demon to indwell them, and Malachi Martin referred to him as perfectly possessed.
Yep.
And I've heard some of the other Catholic exorcists use that same phrase, perfectly
possessed. That's what they are. Yeah, but nothing is perfect. That's the only thing I didn't agree with Martin, is he says perfect. There's no perfection with these beings because they're not perfect. They're not God. But yes, they are possessed as possessed can be. their body, mind, whatever is basically weak. It's not even there. It's just kind of lingering in a limbo. They've been completely pushed out. They don't even make the decisions anymore. They are a shell that walks around, and they don't care for the body because these demons. Yeah, the demons know that these NPCs. Yes, the demons know that this body is nothing but just a cast off. So when they're done with it, they'll go to another one. So they don't care.
Yeah, and all that, I would imagine that all that evil inside of the human body would start breaking down at a much quicker rate than just normal. It would just, your organs would corrode and everything because it's just dirty and foul.
Have you ever seen people though that are like that? They're very aged.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They're basically already
They
dead.
look like Palpatine. They're like, and you're like, how old are you? They're like 29. You're like, what the fuck? You've been smoking a pack a minute of Marlboros since you were 12? What?
They're like real life zombies. It's like they're alive unnaturally.
Yeah. But then so what they do is they go and they get this adrenochrome where they get blood.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And these people in Hollywood that can afford it, they get the blood of children. You think I'm joking? And then they stay looking young because not everybody has good genetics.
Hillary Clinton. She looks like she's on death's door. And then the next time you see her on TV, she looks like she's been to the spa and rejuvenated.
You remember when she got the flu during the campaign in Indiana?
Drinking blood.
She was like, and then they took her into some trailer. She comes out jumping around, doing cartwheels and spinning a baton. You're like, what is this?
Yeah.
Her spiritual advisor is that same lady who's Jay-Z's spiritual advisor, that witch, that satanic, Abramovich or some of her name is.
She's a Jewish Kabbalist.
Yeah.
She does
he's a Jewish Kabbalist.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And people think that they're slick with that.
That woman, her name is Michelle LeMay, and she's what's his name? Rick Owens' wife. They're like in the big wigs in the fashion industry. I think they own like Balenciaga.
Balenciaga. Do you know what that means?
Yeah, that thing. Because I'm not gonna call it a woman. If you just like look her up and look at a picture of her, that's not a human. Her fingers are all black, her teeth are all like, it's just, you'll get the bad vibes from just looking at that thing.
Are you talking about are you talking about the First Lady of France, or who are you talking about?
No, I'm just talking about, it's these two fashion designers and all of the celebrities, like especially in hip hop and rap, almost all of them have a picture with this woman. And it's like, I'm half black. I know how black people are about hygiene. And to see like, Beyonce, Jay-Z, like the Migos, all them like standing around this nasty, like looking woman, that's not just somebody they would kick it with normally. And it's because they call her like the high priestess of Hollywood or something.
All the high priestesses are castrated males.
Really?
Well,
Just look into the Mother Goddess cults throughout all time. All the high priestesses are castrated males, pretending to be priestesses.
I'm gonna say this, and not just because I'm part Native American, but I could never live without my scrotum and my totem. So I don't know.
I knew that was coming.
I couldn't help it, brother. I don't see how you could go through life as a man. Like, God made you to be a man, and I'm not trying to go too deep into that, but if you're a man, you're supposed to be a man. That's all I'm gonna say about that.
The devil will have you do all sorts of weird things, bro.
Yeah, the meaning behind Balenciaga, people have not. And if you look up this company and you'll see what they do, they have been accused of actually making people disappear, and then those people turn up as mannequins.
Damn.
I'm not even joking.
Mm-hmm.
There was one guy that went in that was disputing with them, and they were going to arbitration. Now, let me tell you something. That is a fancy word that if you ever end up in arbitration, you will lose. You will lose because these big corporations are so powerful now, and they're all from the same people that own the corporations, have the lawyers. So if you get a lawyer that says we're going to do arbitration, just expect to get nothing. You're going to get paid nothing. You might get 20 grand. That's it. You won't get anything more. The lawyers will get whatever the scraps are. You don't even get the scraps. You might get the scraps of the scraps, but that's it. So this guy was heading into arbitration. He was smart. He was a black guy. And he said, I'm not going to do that. I know what that means. That's death. You're going to screw me. And he went to war with Balenciaga. The next thing you know, a mannequin appeared in one of their stores in Italy or in France. And it was that young man.
Mm-hmm.
They said, oh, their mannequins are so lifelike. It's almost like they were living people. And no shit.
So
they put it out there in plain view.
Josh, would that fall more under like sorcery, witchcraft, or necromancy? What
all of the above.
Okay. The Gorgon stare, man. Read Ovid. Ovid explains that they've been doing this for thousands of years, turning this into that, turning humans into stone. What do you think all them marble statues in Greece is? Those were all people.
And Medusa was a Gorgon. She was not
there was men.
Gorgon.
Exactly.
The Gorgons were a race of beings.
Exactly.
They were known as the Nagaisha.
Elemental magic.
The Nagas is for short. The Nagaisha or Nagas. The Nagas were from India, in particular the Bengal region, but they spread. And that is very important. People don't understand. People tell me, like, why do you care what goes? I've had friends of mine. They tell me, why do you care what goes on in this Middle East or in India or China or all these other places? And when I was young, my dad would say, your head is everywhere but where it should be, in the books, blah, blah, blah. I said, it is in the books, but in the book in another world. And I would tell my dad, I said, because I would tell all my friends, everybody that would criticize me and tell me, why do you want to learn these other people's languages? What does it matter? What does it matter? What does it matter? Because we die without this. That is the key. Bruce Lee says you want to live a life worth living, right? Because to be remembered, be immortalized, right? Live a life worth remembering, right? Well, what good does it do if people only remember you for a generation or two and then you're forgotten? Your words have to echo throughout eternity because our words are there in the ether. And it's very important. People still remember the words of Marcus Aurelius. People, I just read Meditations. I read it every couple of years. I mean, dude, it is very powerful. When you listen, read these books, what these philosophers say, Descartes. I know everybody's like, well, Voltaire. I don't care. Some of them were atheists, or they were this, or they were that. I've read about the communists. I read Mao Zedong's horrible red book. That doesn't mean I'm a communist. I've read the Jehovah's Witnesses, the Book of Knowledge. I've read the Book of Mormon. I've read all of these texts. I've read the Bhagavad Gita. Most people don't even know what that is. That's where Trinavarta, that's where the whirlwind comes from. That's why when somebody talks about something, you have that ability because you've read 5,000 books. That is why you do that. You don't do it just for the sake of doing it. That's why I don't have a lot of time for fiction, because the world is so fascinating. Why do we need fiction? Mm-hmm. Look at how weird the world is. I could write fiction for days from all the stories that people have sent me. I don't need it. You need to understand the nature of reality and how bendable it is, because you guys together, we could create a world. I need it. You need it. We all need it. We could do it together. That's the key. We come together and we tell what we know. And above all else, this isn't church, but I put Christ on a pedestal, and you should too. You don't need to put anyone else up there. No pope, nothing. He is the liaison between you and God. That's very, very important. There is something you need to know. Now, they're going to refute this. They're going to say this is not true because the guy is from the Basque region. Do you know where that's at? That's in between Spain and France. But the words Balenciaga, he says, well, it means house of the whaler. Yeah, it does. It does. But it also means something else. It means Baal is God. Mm-hmm. Baal Haman in particular, because Baal meant Lord, right? But Baal Haman. Haman was the one. He was the one that opposed God. That was the one that the children of Israel fell away and worshipped. There were different Baals, but he was the one that was the bad guy. He was from the north of Israel. And where he was from, in the land of the Phoenicians, which is now modern day what? Lebanon. There is a place called Baalbek. And I believe that that is one of the strongest, oldest, most important portals. People just forgot it. They just covered it up. But do you know that to this day, high priests from many different sects of religious, whatever orders, they still go to that place.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, they go there all the time. They take pilgrimages, these dark priests. The order of the, I don't want to say it because they've been known to assassinate people, but there are different orders.
The Big Lebowski.
But if you go and you look these up, you can do the research yourself. Like it says in the Bible, that he who hath understanding. Those people that make all this noise, they don't do 1 ounce of research. They are so focused on this right here, they miss the big picture. When you walk right up to a painting and you put your face right up onto it, you back up and you're like, what is that? I can't, then you back up a little more. Oh, it's an ass. It's a horse's ass. Oh, it's a horse. Oh, no, it's a man on a horse. Oh, no, it's a cavalry. No, it's a battle scene. There's a war going on. And you're focused on the horse's ass. That's the problem. And people get caught up in that. And you cannot break them from it no matter what you say, no matter what you do. You were their enemy, and it doesn't matter. Don't even ask why or how you even got there, because it doesn't even matter. Because the people that are that way are going to be that way because they are possessed of their father, Satan. And there ain't no getting around that, dude. I'm telling you. When they have walked into that and they have given themselves over to that, forget it. Like Tony says, dust your feet off and move on. There's nothing you can do with those people. They will become an implacable enemy. When I read Mao Zedong's Red Book, you know what he says? You know what he says about people like me?
What?
It's a very racist book. And it is an indictment on white people, basically. He says that white people got to be destroyed, basically.
Yeah.
See?
I know somebody else that says that too.
No, sorry.
They belong to a certain synagogue.
Yeah, the synagogue of Satan. But Mao Zedong says that white people basically need to be killed and be destroyed, blah, 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 blah. He says, too, that we have to bring together the races of man. It's a horrible thing, what he's talking about. It's basically a genocide playbook. And he says he's a very racist guy, right? And he's against the Europeans in particular. And he says that it is weird because he adopts the Russian-style communism, but he's also an indictment on them and everybody else that's white. And he says, people that are mixed, he talks about this, like you are basically like, if we turn our backs on these people, he's like, they will become an implacable enemy. They will never, ever change. They will be against us. They will be against us. And I read that. I'm thinking, this is exactly what happened to me. This is why I hate them. Not white people, the communists. Because of my white skin, I was abused. I was attacked. I was torn apart every day, broken down. I had to rebuild myself every day. Mexicans in particular were very cruel to me. White boy, Galacho, Bolillo, Güero, everything, Blanco, everything you can think of. Gringo. They treated me like dirt, like absolute dirt.
It's probably what made you so tough.
It did, because my mother moved me into the barrio and she's like, oh, you'll be fine. No, you'll be fine. And so will my sisters, because they're women. I was not needed or wanted. They wanted my sisters. My sisters were beautiful. What did they want from me? I was just a white boy in the way.
Wow.
I got scars on me where I had cigars put out of my arms. They put a chain around my neck and they drug me down the road, tried to kill me. You know who they were.
Mm-hmm. Damn.
They tried to murder me over and over again. And later on, when I got into all the other bullshit, they shot up my truck. Couldn't hit the broadside of a barn. They couldn't kill me. They did it twice and it didn't work. Didn't even get a scratch on it.
Maybe their aim wasn't that bad. Maybe the angels were deflecting those bullets.
That's what I wonder.
100%.
Why didn't I die? They tried to kill me over and over again. Never happened. And then our neighborhood was bordered by the black neighborhood. And what do you think they thought of me? I'm just one of those Mexicans, or I'm just a white guy. Either way, I wasn't them. So it was an ass kicking right there every
You were
time
just
you walk through
alone.
the hood. You just get your ass beat. And then if I was with my Hispanic friends, because I had to have some friends, we had to run through there. And then you ran back. And then the Mexicans wanted to kick our ass because, well, you know what? You're the one hanging out with the white boy. And then once you start kicking enough ass and enough people's blood has been spilled, then they all want to be your friend. Now we're all friends, right, Carnal? Right? We're all buddies. Yeah, I guess. Because I have the Joseph in me. I forgive you, brother, for throwing me in a pit. I forgive you for trying to kill me. I forgive you because now I'm the Prince of Egypt. Right? Now you want to be friends. Let's be friends. Right? Of course, because I'd have my foot on your neck. Mercy, mercy, mercy. Please have mercy. We didn't know what we were doing. I'm sorry. We were just kids when we did that. We tried to kill you, but hey, we were just kids, right? Yeah, let's just say that we were kids and let's wipe the slate clean. And now you get tired of people kissing your ass because you know that they're not your friend. You were never my friend. You tried to kill me and you did it over and over. So don't tell me it was an accident. It wasn't just kid stuff. No, you did it. And when you've been stabbed a couple times and shot at and whatever else, then, only then, do you really understand how wicked people really are. Then you start to realize and how bad the criminality is and the corruption and everything. And you start looking for answers because God says, here's the answer. I sent him to you. His name is Christ. Listen to what he says. And Christ says, you die for lack of knowledge because you don't have the knowledge. You don't understand this. We could have been taught these things as a child. That should be required reading. You read these books that these people wrote. How insane and obsessed these people are with the evil, with what they do. And then maybe you could grasp the nature of reality, or it will make you go and look. At least it did for me. My grandmother used to tell me, she's like, you walk in two worlds. You're half white, half Hispanic, two very different cultures, but you have to learn and master and grasp them both. She's like, your grandmother, Anthony, always told me, she's like, you're going to walk in two worlds and you're going to suffer. My grandfather told me the same thing. Because it's a lot different now to be a child that's, mixed. But in the 70s, growing up in Texas and the Old South is basically the remnants of the Old South. In places where they still segregate themselves, not because they have to, but because they just do it by habit. I was a half-breed. I was called a breed. They called me that. Can you imagine that? Now, you young people probably can't even fathom that, but I did. I went through it. You white, Hispanic guy, whatever you are, it's a hard thing. And then you kind of just find your place. But we are the implacable enemies that Mao was speaking of because society cast us out at an early age. Said, you don't belong here. You're not one of us. You don't look like us. You kind of do. My grandfather used to call me a coy dog. You know what that is? He said the coyotes would breed with a dog. The babies themselves would be rejected by the mother. He said that they smell like a coyote and the dogs they growl at them. They don't know what they are. They don't know what to do with them. They don't trust them. And the coyotes were even more cruel because they had the dog in them. They would kill and eat them. Mm-hmm. My grandfather said, you are tolerated by white society, but you're hated by the Mexicans. They look at you and they see your skin and they hate your guts. And my grandfather told me, he goes, it's easier for me being a white man than it would be for you. You smell like us, but you're not one of us. That's a hard thing. When I was a kid, I had no idea how hard my life was going to be. I had no freaking clue. And you get locked up. Then you learn. And they're like, what are you? Who are you? You can speak Spanish, but you look like a Wilio. You go be with the white boys. And the white boys are like, you're not with us. Go hang out with the blacks. And the blacks are like, you're not black. You know why? Because I'm mixed. And I was born in the 70s, and it was a different time. And when I grew up, I had to suffer for that. And my hometown was a bigoted shithill where I didn't really fit in. So what do? You go inward. because that's when you learn that the true kingdom of Christ is found within. It isn't even out in this external world. You're not going to find it there. You're going to find it within yourself. Nowadays, you see all these kids that are mixed. They're all over the place. I was talking to one earlier when I went and got my smoothies. He's half black. That was a lot more rare when I was young.
Same here, especially in Texas in the 80s. Very rare.
And when you would see it, it was like, whoa. My mom and dad didn't think this through very well, and they weren't very supportive, and they didn't understand, and they didn't care. My dad used to tell my dad, he goes, "You're a fool. You see that kid? He suffers every day for what you did." And my dad's like, "Oh, you're just a bigot." My grandpa's like, "I'm a realist." My grandfather, I got to say, he loved me the most. I was his favorite. Why is that? A bigoted white man. And I was a half-breed, and he loved me. I was his favorite person in the world. He never abused me in any way. Gave me too much freedom. Because with him and my grandmother, I was pretty much free. I could be me. And my grandfather could whip anyone's ass, so I was safe. And then came the time when my grandpa says, "I'm not going to be able to protect you. I can barely walk anymore. And your dad's not going to do it. And your mom, they don't live in reality." And they didn't. And my mother, even when I got older, she still didn't understand. And I told her, I was like, "You didn't understand then, and you don't understand now. You created something, and you just told me to go out into the world. And then when I complained about the way the world treated me, I was just told that I was just full of shit, basically." My sisters never grasped what I went through. Nobody's doing that to me. Hell no, they're not, because they want to sleep with you. Why would they? They don't want that from me. They want to kill me. I was tolerated at best. It's hard too when you try not to be mean and angry or violent, and you got to rise above it. And you can't do that unless you accept God. That's the only way that you're ever going to be a good person, a decent person.
Can I interject?
Go ahead.
Also, I think that it's important to liberate everything that we've accumulated. And you liberate that, yes, through knowledge and through faith, but also the body holds on to so much. I mean, from the moment you're born to all those traumas, everything that's happened in your life. And if you don't do the work to liberate that, whether it's through exercise, through body work, massage, spiritual work like Reiki or whatever it is, even acupuncture, all of that, Qigong, you move the energy, the flow. Like a lot of people that I've met in my work, they're so numb. And they're so numb that to the point that when we're doing the therapy, they're like, "I didn't even know any of that hurt. I just know my head hurts for whatever reason." And we go about life in such a numb way. And if we don't liberate everything that we've been holding on to, that's what's going to drag you down as well. So it's not just a knowledge of everything external of us, but within us. To know your body, to know what moves your spirit, and to know what makes you feel good, and to just to do the work that makes you just connect to you, to your spirit, to your soul. So yeah, I think that's important as well.
Make sure this
I used to teach a class called Systematic Theology, and I learned that being a Christian has some automatic things about it. And people talk about things that are going wrong in their life and people that are doing things to them and what have you. And, given enough time, that will cure itself. I think God created the universe is such that there are automatic consequences for different types of actions. If it's sinful, consequences are negative. If it follows the teachings of Christ, then the consequences are eventually very positive. And that's just the way that it seems that it works out to me. I'm 74 years old, so I've seen a lot of different situations, and especially being a criminal justice chaplain in the Texas prison system. I've seen a lot of different things and how things work out, and how when people become Christians, they don't overnight make a change, but they're changing for the rest of their life. I'm still changing, and I think that everybody that's a Christian is a work in progress, and the guy that's working you is the Lord Jesus Christ. And I think that certain things happen in your life. They may not be pleasant, but there's a lesson there. There's something positive to take, even from the negative. And you just can't let this stuff get you down and get you depressed. And I have to watch myself. I'm speaking from personal experience that things are so crazy in the world today compared to how they were when I was a kid on the farm in East Bell County. Things are just absolutely crazy, and I see so much dishonesty in people who are just absolutely evil. It's like some of the politicians, and I found this out on a first-hand basis, that when I worked for the state, I had to interface with some people in the legislature in Austin when it was in session a couple of go-rounds. And let me tell you, man, I wouldn't want those people moving in my neighborhood. I mean, you talk about some evil people.
Yeah.
And it seems like evil people seem to rise to the top. And when I was took some classes in occult crime detection, it was interesting. One of the guys that wrote the textbook said, you got to be real careful when you're dealing with like the chief of police or a judge or people on the city council. If you start getting a lot of pushback on something that you're doing, or that you're trying to help the police department or the sheriff's department do, then you can start looking into them, and you're going to find out that they're a practitioner of the dark arts. And I remember that, and we started having a situation. We were getting calls about here in Temple about there were a lot of cars parked around these rental properties, and it was just happening like maybe once every 2 weeks, and then the people that lived in they wouldn't see anybody that actually lived there. What we found out, it was they were covens, and they would rent a property for 6 months and then they would move it. And we started getting calls, and they talked to me about it, and we started putting them under surveillance. And it was shocking the people that showed up to the coven a couple of times a week. They finally found out that we had them under surveillance, and they moved out of Temple and went to Bartlett, Texas, which is down toward Taylor.
Mm-hmm.
And they're out. They're out in the sticks. They started renting rural farm properties. And I found out about that because a friend of my wife's used to work for CPS, and she was like the 800 number operator. People would call in, and she started talking, to me about that. And I said, we wondered where they went, and they just packed up and moved out in the country to get away from us, keeping them under surveillance. And we wanted them out of town anyway, because we were afraid that there might be, some of this child sacrifice or trafficking stuff drawn into that, and we wanted them out of Temple. So you just kind of show up and park a cop car outside their meeting. They get the idea.
It's interesting. how many so-called fair weather or lukewarm Christians there are, especially nowadays. It's almost like you hate to call yourself that because that term has been so watered down by so many hypocrites, heretics, fools, and non-believers. Like I hear a lot of people, well, real ones now say they're like a disciple of the Lord Jesus Christ versus just a generic Christian that only believes in 2 books of the Bible and thinks all the rest of it is just nonsense or metaphoric. Like it's just crazy to me that you talk to people about stuff that's directly in the Bible and they'll tell you, well, I don't believe that. It's like, well, wait a minute, but I thought you were a Christian.
Yeah, exactly.
How how do you not believe that? Like those are stories, and they're like, well, that doesn't, that kind of stuff isn't real. Like, okay, how is it not real? Well, then how is Jesus real? Make it make sense.
They've been to a health and wealth mega church probably, and and when you get involved in that, they're always telling you, it's nothing but fair skies and a great time. And if you're not having an easy go at things now that you're a health and wealth Christian, then you're just not living right, and you need to give the church some more money. I can't stand those people.
It's the doctrine of the Nicolaitans, they call it in Revelation, and God said he hates it.
Call them prosperity preachers.
Yeah,
they got ATMs in some of these churches now.
Locking the doors unless everybody gives them $50.
Yeah,
for some of them, they to go to their sermons, you have to buy tickets.
Amazing.
That costs more than the price of admission to see the ladies of the night strut across the stage. So I've been told.
Remember when Oral Roberts told everybody that if he didn't God told him if he didn't raise $1 million for something that at Oral Roberts University, that he was going to take him home. And I couldn't believe that somebody actually would get on TV and say something like that. I was just too shocked.
I heard Paul Begley say 3 times that the Lord said somebody would give him $5,000 that night.
Wow.
3 frickin' times.
That's crazy.
Isn't that something?
I don't think it was the Lord talking to him.
Amen. Amen, brother.
Tonight, I have $23 in donations tonight, folks.
Man, you're
why am I not getting my donations here? This is not good. I think that I have shown my knowledge here, and you need to
buy tickets.
Come on.
Get the plate around over there.
Where's the coupon?
Let's pass around the collection plate.
I'm giving you a coupon to Quiznos. Do they still exist? I'm not sure. But
you have to get your grandma's credit card and give us the 16 numbers, as well as the 3 numbers on the back and the expiration numbers.
Right. For her salvation, not yours. For hers.
Yeah.
The best thing you could do to help your
that way your grandma will go to heaven.
Did
I
you
want
see
to clarify something real quick, and I don't want people to think it the wrong way. Because I did grow up with some really great guys that were Hispanic. They weren't against me. They were my friends. They were my true friends. But they had to protect me from a lot of the Mexicans that came at me because they didn't like me. I mean, you got to realize too, this is their neighborhood, and then here's this white guy that's just plopped down into it. Like they don't know you. They remember you kind of as a kid. They're like, well, I remember going to preschool with you, but I don't know who are you now exactly? Like that just kind of was like, yeah, well, here I am. And when you talk like this, because you've been raised out in the sticks, my dad, he wouldn't, he just was like, well, I don't know what to tell you. Because my dad got along with people. But I told him too, I said, you're not living as a teenager in the 90s where all of this fever pitch anger toward white man had been just driven to a boiling point by the Khazar pimps, which is what they are. And that's what they did. They drove all this racism into like this. They blew it up into a big conflagration. All reality too, they were the ones in charge of everything.
Oh yeah,
You
the
know,
reason they hate people of European descent is because it's typically European nations that have been
Christianized
oh
gotten
yeah.
them
But,
under control, kicked them out of their countries.
well, you
126 different times.
Hmm.
remember what? And I was trying to tell some people I was on a different type of podcast, whatever, for street people, and I was trying to bring some common sense to things. When it was before the election, and I was just trying to talk about different things that happened. People were bringing up world events, and like the whole Charlottesville thing came up, and I was telling it was mainly a bunch of blacks and Latinos and a few ghetto whites. And I was trying to tell them, if y'all remember, what were those people in Charlottesville hollering? They weren't saying nothing about Mexicans. They weren't saying nothing about blacks. They weren't saying nothing about Asians. They weren't saying nothing about Native Americans. Who were they talking about? They were talking about one specific group. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, pay attention to that. And I remember my former sparring partner, my homeboy, Crazy Irish, he showed me a video his dad showed him. His grandpa was like a big old country Baptist preacher out in Denton County. And he had showed a video, I guess they passed down through generations, of like an old, one of those people who's in charge of those so-called churches, if you know what I mean. And it was a video, it was pretty popular back then, but he was specifically talking about white people. And he was saying that we're going to put the blood of the white man's children in our matzo balls.
Mm-hmm.
And we're going to eat
I
them.
know somebody else that said
Somebody's
that
seen
too.
it. You've seen that, huh? It's like an old video.
Mm-hmm. Well,
and that's what they were saying.
That's
Yeah.
exactly right. And then, what Mao Zedong's book, it's very telling. The founders of communism, 11 of the 12 founders, they were Khazar. Joseph Engels, Ida Rosenberg, Lenin, Trotsky. Look at the names. Look at all of them. They enslaved people with that, with Karl Marx. He was the one that wrote about communism. They enslaved an entire half of the world. Asia and Europe were totally ripped apart and destroyed by communism. And Hitler's rallying cry, which is why he was able to get in there and do what he did. One of his big speeches, he says that in the breadbasket of the world, he said the breadbasket of Europe, what could be the breadbasket of the world, people are starving in the Holodomor. He was talking about Ukraine, folks, and he was talking about how they were all dying.
22 million.
Millions of people. And so the Germans, they were scared. They were like, dude, communism is right on our doorstep. We're fighting the communists in the streets for control. They had a choice. It was like fascism or communism, and so that's how it happened. Mussolini did the same thing. He scared everybody. He used the communists as the boogeyman. Said, look, this is but it's what they were doing. Long before the fascists were killing people, the communists were killing people.
Yeah.
The NKVD, they put people in camps. Do you know Treblinka, Berbiesca, all those different camps, or what's it called? There were so many of them. All of those camps in the East, those were not Nazi camps. Those were communist camps, and the Nazis co-opted them. They took them once the Einsatzgruppen got into to the deep in the territory. They followed behind the Wehrmacht, and they rounded up the undesirables, and they put them in those camps. A lot of them were already in those camps. The communists had already done their job for them. And so this was what they did. And it was like, hello, do you not see the comparison here? Do you not see how this is what was already being done? The problem is people don't read. That is a problem. And then at that time, less than 6% of the population spoke German. So they could say that the Germans were saying whatever, and even less people spoke Japanese. So they're like, the Japanese want to eat us and kill us and drink our blood and blah, blah, blah. Where do you think they got that from?
Yeah.
Because that's what they were doing. See, because you got to realize something, though. Their fatal flaw is that they think everyone's like them. A thief thinks everybody steals. A murderer thinks everybody's a killer. And a liar thinks everybody's spewing lies. A hateful person thinks everyone is a hater. They do. They really do. Because they see the world through the skewed lens of the shaitan. The Hashatan is what they are. And they have been dominating this world for a long time. And they don't have a vested interest in trying for you to be smart. Because if people like Graham Hancock, which is a gateway, he's a gatekeeper. If he opens it up and says, hey, we've been living like this for 28,000 years, what that could mean, wait a minute, what if it's even older? What if we go back even further? What if it goes back? What if we aren't what we think we are? What if we're not what we thought we were? What if God isn't what we thought God was? What if we are closer? Or what if we're further away? These are questions that cannot be asked. You cannot question the demagogue. You cannot question it. You were supposed to accept it and be spoon-fed reality. That's not the case. And here I am telling everybody to do your research, dig and go and do your own homework, whatever. Whereas you have these other people telling you, let us tell you how it is. The heck with that. Why would you want people to feed you a skewed version of history or a skewed version of science or even lie about the math? I've even had people tell me that isn't a 666. I'm like, are you kidding me? I guess you did Common Core math. I'm not expecting everyone to be a math whiz. I can do really long problems in my head. I can tell you, I'm very good at math. I used to argue with my business partners. They would be like, it's this, it's that. And I'd be like, dude, I can do those numbers in my head. And I can tell you that's not right. I've had people try to tell me some really stupid things. Like there's one person tried to tell me that there were 662 minutes in a day. Right? Think about that. I mean, can you not even do math? Like it's not even like, when they argue with you about things, you're just going like, this is insane. Do the math. How many seconds are there in a day? It's 24,800, I believe. But go ahead and do the math. Make sure that I'm not incorrect on that. Because there's 60 seconds in a
60 seconds times what, 60 minutes? That's 3,600 seconds for an hour times 24. 86,000.
86,400?
Yeah, seconds.
Yeah, what did I say? 24,800. Okay, so it's 86,400, right? Right. I said it wrong. Okay, so this person tried to argue with me and say, I'm just said what they said. I'm stupid. But they said 24,800. I said, no, it's not. Can you not do math? And so I argued with them on Facebook. I said, you can literally do the math on a calculator. And this lady was adamant that it was 24,800. I just said it was that stupid. But you get my point. That people will argue with you with an open book test. With an open book test, the life is an open book test, and you can't even. And they will argue with you about dates and times and places, and you're like, "Where did you learn this? You got to unlearn this because you are not smart. It doesn't make sense. You can't convince these people that, like the saying goes, it's easier to to con someone than to convince them that they've been conned."
Yeah, really.
JD, how's it going?
What's going on, brother?
How's it going? You doing good?
Good, brother. What's going on with you?
Just doing the show, man. Doing the show.
Hey, man, I appreciate all you're doing, brother.
Trying to shed some light on the ignorance out there, and telling people this is all connected and everything is connected. And I've had people tell me, because I've been a big, critic of the public school system set up by the Rockefellers. And I tell people, this is why. What in the hell are our kids learning? When I helped Anthony's
that's the Bilderbergs.
Oh, yeah. The Rockefellers, Bilderberg, they're part of the Bilderberg. The Rockefellers are one of the big families, right?
Yeah, they set up the U.S. banking system.
Yeah, no, the banking system was set up by the Rothschilds. With the Rockefellers helped. But the Rothschilds were the international finance guys. What they did with the education system, it was made to brainwash, not to teach anything. When Anthony's little brothers brought their homework to me, his sister and his brothers, And they're like, Uncle Wolf, can you help us with the homework? They were like, you're smart. You know, Mom said to talk to you. Because my sisters would always tell him, you want to know something, go to Uncle Wolf. He'll tell you he's the smart one, whatever. That was a compliment. And I saw them doing math, and it's like a page long for like one problem. And I said, what is this?
Do you know what that is? That's so they can identify the 0.1% that understand quantum physics.
Mm-hmm. Everything is a test, even when it's not a test. You don't understand, right? One of the things that I believe with kids in school, I believe this. I believe that some of these kids that have learning disabilities or whatever, that's actually a shield to keep them from accepting indoctrination. You think I'm joking?
I believe it's squalene.
Mm-hmm.
I believe they're trying to make them dumber so they can't be able to survive themselves in society. So that way, when they decide when stuff hits the fan, they'll just go to a boot camp because they don't know how to survive. Half of them can't read cursive or write cursive. Mm-hmm. So the dumber that they make them, the easier they are to comply on whatever they want them to do.
Do you know now that kids can't even use computers?
Oh, yeah.
They can't use computers. Think about that. We learned on computers. I know if you're old like me, you had a floppy disk. You're like logo, you know, all this silly, and you know, then there was dial-up. You heard all that. Yeah. And then there were these phones, and they're like, well, the phone is going to be the new computer. My brother told me that. And I was like, you think so? And we talked about it. And I was like looking at it. This little analog phone had Snake on there, you know, a couple of games, a knockoff of Tetris, whatever. And I was like, this is going to be the new computer. And I envisioned it. I saw it. I said, you know what? I think you're right. That would make sense. Everybody is hooked in to the internet, and it happened very quickly. And by the time the Razor came out around 2007, whatever, you know, you were like, wow, you can watch TV on here. Now it sucks. Try watching Animal Planet on there. Is that an aardvark or a horse? I don't know. But you just kept staring at it because you were going to try to will it into existence and make it be. Wow. Oh, maybe it's a zebra. No, wait, what is that? I don't know what this is. It's American Idol. I don't know. But now you have a computer that you walk around with, and my little nephews and nieces, they don't even know what the hell. They can't even use a computer. They're like, what's the app for that?
Yeah.
And I'm like, you little turd. There's no app. You don't need an app to teach you how to do anything. Do laundry. I'm not even joking.
Well, they just YouTube it.
Your little brother's friend didn't know how to do laundry.
Mm-hmm.
You remember that?
Yeah.
He said, well, is there an app? I said, what? I was literally doing homework, helping one of them do homework. His sister, as her little friend there, and she was like getting ready for college. And she's like, I need some help. Can you help me? And I was helping her, and their little friend was like, how do I do the laundry? Not like how to do laundry, but to get out a certain stains and so, you know, whatever it was. Mm-hmm. And I said, you need an app to look up that? Because they said there should be an app for this. No, it shouldn't. It's called common sense.
I saw a video the other day about it was a teacher was talking, and she said that her students literally used Chat GPT for all their answers.
Yeah.
Even how does this make you feel, or what does this make you think? They put it in Chat GPT to tell them how to think and how to feel. Mm-hmm. They don't have their own thought process.
Mm-mm.
If that ain't the beast system, I don't know what is, man.
It is.
They're all
well, they're teaching people to be that way.
My mom taught me and my brother growing up to be ourselves, you know, and so, you know, we dress how we want, you know, different things that make up our individual personalities. And now I'm seeing everybody is the exact same.
Homogenous.
They dress the same.
Mm-hmm.
Like the same things. There's
There's two things that happens here. If everybody is all the same, you have a like mind. You have a hive mind, whatever.
Yeah, hive mind.
Yeah, and that can be a good thing when you want manufacturing done and you want all these different things done and you want it done efficiently and correctly and blah blah blah. But then it becomes a problem because everybody is easily led like lemmings. When somebody comes along and says we're all the same, we all do this, we all do that, and then you get led down a bad road. The problem though is everything is an infinity. It's round. It's not just a straight line up and down, because that's not real reality. The reality is that it's waves, it's vibrations, it's movement. It's not set in stone, like I said. It's not this Cartesian up and down, blah, blah, blah. It's rounded. When you look at a society like ours, where there are so many different types of religions, so many different races, so many different types of people, now they want to have 100 and something genders. Look at this. Let me tell you something. If you don't have a commonality, i.e. nationalism, which everybody's like, well, the left, they're always screaming about everybody loving the flag and they hate that there's a unity there, because they are the hammer that is breaking down society. And when you look at this, and I'm not trying to step on people's political toes, but let's be honest, that's where it's coming from. And and then people say, well, you have to accept everybody's beliefs. Well, then what happens? You become like Rome. What had they? 1,000 something gods? Mm-hmm. There was a holiday every day. Every day. They had like 250 something holidays out of a 360 something, whatever. Can you imagine that? What is that? You don't think that there's going to be a problem there? You don't think there's going to be an issue at some point? You can't have that many gods. You can't have that many people all trying to do what they want to do. That's a problem with our society now. You have
a lot of it's tribalism.
Tribalism, yes, that is a big problem. And then everybody goes and they all have their own belief and their own whatever, and some of it's just wacky. But then some of it is just, it's just those people's beliefs. It's their own celebrations and whatever. You have 2 Mexican Independence Days. Do people know that? One of them is completely contrived and bullshit, and the other one is the actual day. Do you know what Cinco de Mayo really is?
Day of the Dead, isn't it?
No. That's
it's like a minor holiday. It's not actually Mexico's. I think it commemorates like the
independence from France in one particular region.
Yeah.
Right? The defeat of Maximilian. Look, it's not even a real holiday, but we celebrate it over here like a bunch of idiots. September 16th is Mexican independence from Spain. Now, you got to understand something else. The people say, well, California was part of Texas was part of Mexico. Yeah, very short period, not even 20 years. Texas and California were under Spanish control for hundreds of years. Mexico inherited them when they defeated the Spanish and drove them out. And then they became a part of Mexico. And like I said, it wasn't very long. Texas ended up getting their independence through war. California got it through a purchase. But they will tell you. Go ahead.
Actually, Texas is actually not supposed to be part of the United States.
No.
They took them to court at The Hague and won. And the United States said no, they weren't going to let Texas go.
No. Well, and if we were to secede, we're supposed to secede into 4 different states because they don't want us to be able to be our own country because we are roughly the size of France, Germany, and Spain. So if you have a country that is a state the size of a European country, you could damn well make your own way. And now people that will say the most ignorant things, and I argue with people all the time about stupid things because I can't help it. Stupidity should be painful. But you will see people on the interwebs, and they will say things like, well, Texas can't be its own country. You would never survive on your own. I was like, you are out of your freaking mind. Have you ever heard of Germany or France or Spain? We have the same size state as their countries.
We're the 8th largest economy in the world.
We have the biggest economy. We have bigger economies than they do.
A bunch of military bases.
Not only that, but we have all of the resources. all of the resources. Wolf Camp is the largest oil reserves in the world. The Gulf Shelf, which belongs to us and our shoreline, is the largest in the ocean. Are you going to sit here and tell me? Now, I'm sure now somebody argue me and say, well, Alaska's got more. Yeah, but it's untapped. Once it's tapped, then you can say, okay, now we know. But we don't. We're speculating. You don't know for sure. Speculation says, yeah. But it is here in Texas. We already have it. We don't need anybody else. And right now, we are being drained vampirically by the union.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah.
That is absolute truth. I don't care what anybody says. If you're not from Texas, you will argue that that is not true, but you will only find shadows and dust to back you up. I'm telling you, I'm speaking from facts.
There's been 2 studies, Josh. They were done by PhD candidates. I think one school was Harvard and one was the University of Texas, and they did a study on whether Texas could survive if it went back to being a republic. And they found that absolutely it could. In fact, we only get 34 cents out of each tax dollar that goes to Washington. We would be awash in money.
Yeah.
And what's happening, there's only 2 states in the union that aren't upside down financially. And I think it's one of the corn producing states like Iowa or somewhere, and Texas. And the rest of them, we're carrying them.
Mm-hmm. And Tony, you know, we don't have a state tax here. They don't tax the citizens here state-wise. We pay federal tax, but that's it. And I noticed we don't get anything from the federal government hardly at all. It's always we're paying for this, we're paying for that.
And we get screwed out of a bunch of our natural gas money because we have to sell it to the northern states at some arbitrarily low price that is way below market value. And here again, we're carrying, and these are people that were getting their PhD, and this was their thesis at a couple of major universities, UT here in Texas and Harvard Business School. So, what can I say? And both studies came out almost with the same numbers, and they were probably about 10 years apart, if memory serves me right.
You're right.
A lot of states are going to that now without taxes, state taxes.
Yeah. Texas is one of the states where you can come still and make a lot of money. You can do well. But the problem is that Texas, there's a lot of people who don't want to be connected to the union because it's not profitable for them. It's not. Because a lot of the federal regulation is just unbearable. They take way too much. And I know 100% that if we tried to break away, they would destroy us. They would go into overdrive. The media would do what it does. They would say that we're eating babies and we're whatever they could do to make us look villainous, and a bunch of redneck people or whatever that hills have eyes, whatever they want to do to make us look bad, and then they'll destroy us. And the lemmings, not you guys, because you're the paratroopers. You're smart. You're learned. You're cultured. But the dumbasses are going to go, oh, we got to fight taxes because they're bad at the border. And they're just going to go along with it. And you're going to have dumbasses lining up to go join so they can go and conquer us and kick our ass. Because America, fuck you. That's it.
Yep.
Didn't that happen once before?
What do you mean? We're here?
The Civil War?
The Civil War, yeah. But and people will tell you it's about slavery. It wasn't about slavery. It was about control.
No, it wasn't.
Domination of the Masons. They did that. They're the ones that did it. Because slavery was going to die on its own. It couldn't sustain itself. There was no way. When like what, a third of the population was literally slaves? What do you think is going to happen when they're it's eventually going to be a problem. Santa Anna even, he came to Texas, or he went through the South when he was a prisoner. And he said, this is a problem waiting to happen. He was like, he didn't want that problem in Mexico because he said there's going to be a problem here real soon. And it was. So, yeah.
All those Civil War generals literally went to the same military college, fought in the Mexican War, and then split themselves. They all went to the same Freemasonic lodges and then split themselves up north and south and did what they did.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Robert E. Lee saw it too. He was like, the only way to win that war was to invade. and he almost did it. Gettysburg was the Waterloo. That was our Waterloo when it came to the Confederacy. So you lose, but you lose more than just that. You don't really, and the blacks they weren't liberated. They weren't liberated for a long time. 40 acres and a mule. We're going to give you this, right? Well, how about this? Carpetbaggers, Khazars, pretty much, came down and they said, hey, I'll give you 20 cents on the dollar for that land, 10 cents on the dollar, whatever. And they couldn't read, write, or do math, and they were kept ignorant. So they were just like, okay. So they got some chump change, and all these people ended up buying land and owning it. Very large corporations now that own a lot of this land, privatized, and then they divvied it up and they sold it back to the Southerners.
Who ran the slave markets in the first place, and why was the slave auction on a Sunday morning when everybody else was in church?
That's right.
Ridiculous.
So that was it. Yeah. And so that is who ended up back in control of it, the vampires.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So who do we got down at the bottom here? Seahorse, what's going on?
You with us?
Can't hear you.
I think you have your mic muted or something.
He said 1 second. He's miming us.
You know sign language?
You know sign language? He says no.
I don't know.
Neither do most of the interpreters they have on TV.
They've trolled us so many times. I don't know sign language, but I know a few people who do. One of Scorpion's ex-girlfriends spoke sign language. She could do it.
My brother's wife does
Gosh,
too.
I got a vampire story for you.
Do you? Well, I don't have much
Yep.
time, JD. I got to run here real quick, but I wish I could stay on, but I can't. I got to jump. What do you guys think? Could you guys make it back next week? Would you be able to make it back, JD?
Yeah.
Yeah, because we're on
Yeah.
4 hours now, and I got to run. It's midnight, and I got somebody running the patrol, and they got to go. They got kids at home, and I got to take it over. Seahorse, what do you have? What is it that you were going to do? Oh, he still can't talk. Okay, he can talk,
man,
but we can't hear him.
That's too bad. His mic's messed up or something.
Yeah. He said, I will share next time. Okay, guys, because I got to run. But thank you, everybody. Come back next week. Groove, Amy, Tony, Richards. I like this. This is a good crew. We had a good time, good people. Everybody has their own opinions and their own values and beliefs. And that's what makes PRT what it is. As long as you have some order into the chaos, that's most important. Because I like that everybody has their own culture, their own whatever. But when you start doing democracy, that is a problem. Because a lot of people think that we're supposed to be a democracy. We're not. We're supposed to be a republic. Constitutional republic, not a democracy. When you start talking crazy about democracy, democracy doesn't really exist. It was a theory. Yeah, Socrates was like, oh, it's a theory, but it's not a good one. Because not everybody can have that voice. Because if you do, then nothing gets done because everybody's going to disagree. So you got to have someone who can make decisions and come to the best conclusions under the idea that we can compromise. But you compromise too much and then you're compromised. Mm-hmm. That's a problem.
I always remember this. Democracy gave us Barabbas.
Mm-hmm.
Point right? Blank, period. Yeah, just exactly. You can shut it down like that. That's the flaw of democracy.
Mm-hmm.
Hello?
Yep. Oh, there you are.
Oh, I'm here. But you got to go, right?
I got to run. I do. I wish I could stick around and talk for another hour, but I'm, tomorrow night, folks, it's coming out. We got the continuation from last night, the stories about 6th Street and Austin and things like that. I haven't done that one yet, but and Wednesday we got this story this lady's got. It's pretty intriguing. I'm going to finish up in the morning with her, or tonight actually, in a couple of hours when I get out of the gym.
Hey Josh, I just wanted to ask real quick because I've had this experience on my heart for a very long time. It happened to me when I was 17. I'm 31 now, and this was like full on exorcist kind of situation. And I'm a born again believer now. I was freed by the blood of Jesus Christ. Thank you, Lord. But at the time, I did not know God. I didn't even believe in demons. So yeah, if you want me to tell that at some point, I would love to share that with everyone, because I've been kind of sitting on the story for about, like 13 years.
Jeez.
I feel like God has been telling me lately to share this with people, because people don't believe in the other realm. People really do believe we came from monkeys, and people don't realize the spiritual war that's going on around us. So I feel like Jesus has called me to tell this story now. And
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I got a question. You speak very well too, and I'm going to address that, Joshua, in just a minute. Joshua, aloha. So, sorry. You and JD Smooth and King Groove, all of you guys, can you guys hit me up on my email? Please do it as quickly as possible, because I want to talk to you guys about recording and doing it for the pod people, because the pod people, we know, they have an aversion to YouTube. And so there's like 60,000 of them over there, like, no, I don't want to be, no, yeah, I'm over. That's horrible. They don't do that. They just say, they politely decline YouTube.
Yeah.
So, but some of them are coming over a little bit, not much. There's still a big divide there between the podcast and the YouTube. Now on YouTube, you get the podcast episode and you get the YouTube. We do very well on the podcast. People like it. But it doesn't give you the full enchilada, So we want to try to record with some people. You have a very good voice. You sound like you can talk. You guys hit me up and let me see if I can go over these encounters with you guys.
Josh, it depends on what you want. I got Bigfoot, Dogman.
That's it right there. I want that. And we want that. And we'll go 2-3 days of episodes, whatever, an hour each. Groove, you too. Tell that story so the pod people can hear it. And I can say, if you want more of a detailed version, go to YouTube.
Yeah, I've also got a shapeshifter story too, and a few more.
See, because when you first
cursed by witches.
When you first encounter something, it opens something up. Amy, you were a child when you first had something happen, and I think it just goes on and on. And people don't really understand. They don't grasp that this is, it starts off with something and then it just keeps going. They don't get that. They really think they're just a one and done. That's very rare. That's very rare. Usually people have multiple things that happen to them. They do. And then you think you're crazy. People are like, well, that person's weird because they had all this stuff happen to them. What? Maybe because they're not crazy. They're actually living in the real reality and you've walled it off.
It's because the demonic side of reality can see who is marked by God. And
Yeah,
the more
100%.
anointing you have on you, the more the enemy attacks you.
Yeah.
Well, I'm the Slep Rock of the paranormal encrypted.
So guys, hit me up on my email address. It's Josh. It's real simple. Josh Turner at prtpodcast.com. Josh Turner at prtpodcast.com. I'll put it at the bottom. I do get a lot of emails, but mark it and give me your handle so I know that's you, and send me your contact info so that I can contact you. Yeah. And I know that this show that's coming out on History Channel, I'm going to be a consultant, or I was pretty much, and I'm going to be, with Jerry Williams is going to be one too. And so they'll probably bring me on to talk or whatever. But I know next season I agreed that I would tell my encounter. I just didn't have time to do. I honestly, to telling you the truth, they wanted me to do it, and I couldn't do it. I just set up a time. I couldn't make it. I'm like, I can't do it. Very busy.
That would have been awesome. Would have been awesome.
But next season, and whoever didn't get, a bunch of my witnesses, I gave them 30, 40 names of people, just whoever they decide to use. Lots and lots and lots of people, lots of witnesses. So I mean,
they never called me back.
Kind of. Well,
I don't. A story from Louisville, Kentucky about a vampire.
I mean, what they're going to do is pick what they need. You know what I mean? But these shows would be smart to come to people like us because we have such a big bunch of people who've given us encounters. And what Mondays do too, it solidifies our position in showing people how many people try to come on and tell stories, how many people come on and try to tell encounters. The queue is full. It always is. Hadn't been a Monday yet where we didn't get full up there. It's just that's the thing. People don't understand. They're like, well, if you make it, they'll come. It's like Field of Dreams. I do believe we're on the cusp of something, and we're creating something in this community where it's going to be a hub. And I know that I will be targeted. I'm going to be. I've been targeted very, very badly. I mean, you could see the things that they say about me. It's horrible. It's horrible. I mean, they say
Just for
things about
speaking the
me
truth.
every day. You're going to be hated, and these people, they just non-stop, relentless. They're demonically driven, and it's not. They're always saying we're demonic, whatever, and I'm saying they're demonic. You can go back and forth and say you're a Tao. No, you're a Tao. But the bottom line is you can
that's
see
Satan the
the truth.
accuser, right? He accuses, but he has no basis.
You can see the truth. You can go and look and see what they say, because Nellie is a warrior and she has posted everything they've said. Not everything. And that's the thing. But most of what they've said and done that was, but there's some of it, guys, that is so vile and so bad that we can't put it on Facebook or YouTube because we'll get in trouble. But it's their words. And they say the most outlandish things you could possibly imagine. And it's so bad and so vile. And you're just sitting there going like, how can these people even be human? And you start to wonder if they even are.
I understand. I've been watching these for a long time, and I too were good friends with Britton Swans.
Yeah.
I thought I was alone until I found your podcast, Josh. Like I really did. Like a Bible believing, understanding that there's a whole supernatural world going on around us that most people don't understand. Then you realize it's all the seed of Satan, et cetera, and you start to connect the dots. And you've helped me connect the dots so much over the past couple months watching your channel.
So, when did you start watching?
I started watching about probably 2 months ago.
Wow. How did you find us?
I just found it because I was looking up Dogman, because I have had this theory for a long time that Bigfoot and Dogman were interdimensional creatures. And so I typed in interdimensional Wolfman or Dogman, and I found your channel. And that's when I started watching. And you talk about a lot of things that I think in my head and don't say out loud to real people. So
real people.
Yeah.
Well, the real people aren't. They're like Tony said earlier. Or was it Tony? You said the NPCs, or who said that?
Yeah.
One of you guys said NPCs.
Non-player characters.
Non-playable characters. If you
call
play
them
video
normies.
games, I used to play video games all the time, and I used to be like, "Oh, look at this NPC." Well,
Yeah.
now I drive down the road and I go, "Look at this NPC." It's just the same thing. It's like a role-playing game, and you really are playing a role-playing game, folks. But life is not a game; it is real, and you are part of this reality. It is a matrix, and we're breaking it, but it still is our reality. But the reality is what you make it. And I promise you, we all stick together. We can get through this. We can do this. We can do so much. I don't want power. I don't want control. I want the truth, and I want knowledge, and that's what I want. When Solomon asked that of God, that was the most important thing he could have done, was just ask God for the knowledge, and God gave it to him.
I have a question for you, Josh, before you go.
Go ahead.
Now, you are based out in the Austin area pretty much, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do y'all ever pick up San Antonio's news, or is it separate?
Sure. San Antonio is right there. It's like, not very far.
Do you remember there was a news story, and I've looked for it on the internet since. It was there for a while. It had been deleted. It was up like a bunch of different places, but I think somebody had recorded it and put it back up on YouTube, and now I can't find it anywhere. There was a Hispanic guy, kind of like a hipster type dude, who lived with his mom, I believe right outside of San Antonio, and there was some kind of weird looking flying thing that was on top of his roof when he went outside to go check. There was a noise, and I think take the trash out late one night. His mom told him to go check it out, and it had a face like a troll or something. It had huge wings, almost imagine like a pterodactyl, but like with the face of like I don't know, some kind of, like I say, goblin or troll or something. And that video, I can't find it nowhere. I'm telling you, YouTube and Google and the rest of them, they are scrubbing a lot of this paranormal stuff.
If you want to
oh yeah, definitely
use like a really effective search engine, you can use this one. Go to this website. It's you just type in the web browser, type in perplexity.ai, and it's a web browser, but it's an AI one that basically it does all the footwork for you. Because if you try to use these other ones, what they do is they prioritize all this sponsored content. Like basically, if you give these other search engines money, then your website will come will come up to the first page. It's got nothing to do with how relevant it is to your search. But if you go to these other ones, like there's one called yandex.com. That one's a little bit better, but the one that I like to use is called perplexity.ai. And like anything that you can't find anywhere else, you could probably find there. Like I would search there for what you're looking for, because you'll probably find at least a link to it.
Ken covered that one too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to look and see. I've noticed there's a lot of stuff, even certain celebrities who have been turned into reptilians. Something about going over like getting near Australia and other parts of the Pacific, where something happens to some of these people. Like some of these people aren't even human. These stories get scrubbed from the internet. It's like, wait a minute, there's like 100 articles and a bunch of videos. How did all this stuff, just disappear? Maybe you'll find, one little piece on it, but it's like, damn. What y'all are really trying to get rid of all this shit. It's like it's evidence, and they're scrubbing it.
Mm-hmm. So we'll be back Wednesday, guys. Let me get the schedule here because Josh Aloha was asking about that, and the schedule is this: Sunday we do a big show, and it's just me retelling encounters. Monday is this right here. Obviously, this is the call-in, whatever. And then Tuesday, it's just the podcast episode, which is for the pod people, but we put it on YouTube too. And then that's the hour-long show to be on tomorrow night. It's a pre-record. A lot of people are confused by this. It's a pre-record. Wednesday is the pretty much end of the week for us because then, and that's it. We do a show on Wednesday, which is retail, and then Thursday is off, Friday is off, Sunday's off. We had Friday, but we were never breaking more 400 or 500 people. I know some channels would be like, "Oh, I'd love to have that," but for us, that's not very feasible to come on every Friday and have a guest on and just we're doing 400 or 500 people in the chat. You might get several thousand views on it, maybe. But I don't want to bring people onto the pretense of, hey, you come on the show and you'll get, a bunch of traction, because you might not. I don't know. Just depends. And then Sunday, we're back at it again. And that's the schedule. But sometimes we'll do impromptu, and then we'll do lives, and we'll do investigations and all kinds of other things. And we just haven't had time to do anything. Like tonight, I got to go meet this guy that's going to be working with us. And so it's all part of the job. I got to do what I got to do. A lot of weird things happen when you run a security company too. Telling you, a couple nights ago, I got called and they were like, "Hey, this is a newer guard," and they were like, "What do I do about someone pooping between two cars?" And I was like, "At least they're pooping between two cars."
Yeah.
The homeless person and the people, the girls.
That's actually one of them that has a little bit of decency.
They had the decency to go between two cars. I was like, "Don't be."
I was working in a casino one time and had a guy peeing in a slot machine when I was doing security.
Sailor Nemesis says something didn't want to share. Sailor, you need to get in touch with me too. Some of your contact information, and you too, Amy. Richards, I got yours. We need to record. We need to hook up and we need to record about what you got.
Anytime, buddy.
Everybody send me your information. Tony, make sure I got yours too, because you have a lot of insight, and thank God you came on and you brought your A game. I can't say this enough. Seahorse, you're being kind of new here, but we have a good cadre of people here. And we have a support with one another. We have go join the PRT Paranormal Roundtable chat. What's it called? The group Paranormal Roundtable. We have conspiracies and what is it called? I'm always posting and I can't remember the damn name.
I think it's called Conspiracies Mandela Effect, something like that.
Yeah. So that I'm an admin in that group too, and so there's another one that's the Paranormal Roundtable page. Right, there's a page. So join all those. Go and get as much as you can of PRT because we have a lot. Had to put the book on hold because of all the work I got going on. We were real close to getting it done, and then I decided to maybe a couple changes, but it's still going to happen. It's still going to come out. Everybody's like, well, he's not going to do this or do that. You bet I will. You watch. I don't say things and not do them. I said I was going to have a conference. I did. I had another one that was bigger than the first one. Couldn't have the third one, and I'll tell you why, because I was being threatened. They said they were going to kill me, and they were going to kill me so I didn't even go to San Antonio. Here's what happened in San Antonio. A couple of guys that know me very well, they did it at the Magic Time Machine in San Antonio. I got really sick. Now I think it's a blessing. Why would you say it's a blessing to get sick? Wolf, I'll tell you why. because there were a couple of guys that showed up acting really shady, really weird, and they got escorted out by security, and they couldn't tell them what they were doing there, but they were looking for me. Very weird. And the security, they would not talk to the security. The security got them to leave. And I talked to the guys that put the conference on or whatever. I was going to be a speaker, and I got sick that weekend. I didn't go. That was after I had been told, we're going to kill you. And then they said, watch what happens on Saturday. They were saying it in their groups. They were going to do this and that. I didn't go. I only didn't go because I got sick. But, I was upset that I got sick. But like I told Christopher, one of the guys that put it on, I said maybe it was a blessing. Because
it's right. It's because you're right on the money. It's because you're the closest to the truth I've ever seen any YouTuber get. And I think that's a pinpoint for them.
You know what? I got your back, man. Let me know. I like busting heads.
Well, I think these guys are so obsessed now. This cabal that some of these people too. You ask them the question. Some of my listeners have been bold enough to ask them, "What is it that you don't like about them?" They can't give you anything definitive. They give you a lot of stuff, but none of it is like hardcore. Like it's like, well, he doesn't believe this or he thinks that. And they can't. And then they make up weird shit. Like. It's just a bunch of crazy nonsense.
Well, you know what that is, and I know Tony, Mr. Tony, I know he knows. That's spiritual warfare, brother. The demons that are either in them or controlling them are making them go against a child of Jesus Christ, a child of God. That's what that is.
Exactly.
You're exposing them, bro.
Yeah.
They don't like to be exposed. They start freaking out.
They freak out, and then they, if you can't come up with a good reason why you hate us, but you can come up with a bunch of reasons, but none of them are really solid. Satanic eyebrows. That was the stupidest. When they said that I had satanic eyebrows, you're just going like, dude, now you have not even, you have just scraped the bottom of the barrel of hate. Like you could at least say, hey, but everything, it's everything. Communism, you're a Nazi, you're this, you're that. You're phobic of everything, Islamophobic, homophobic, anti-Semitic, you're whatever, you're gay.
Hair plugs.
Yeah, Satan is the accuser.
Yeah, that's all they do is accuse. And then they make up they try to sound believable. Like they say, oh, a friend of his told us, we know somebody that went to school with him. We know this person. And I'm like, you have not produced these people. And I've said it over and over again, produce this schoolmate. Produce this person that knows me, who's accusing me. Produce this person. He harassed a girl when he was in high school or something like that. And I was like, what are you talking about? I dated the same girl. Like it was ridiculous. I mean,
gosh, just keep doing what you're doing, brother.
Yeah. I can't even, I just started laughing now. I can't even fathom what goes on in these people's minds and how you can stalk somebody so religiously. But you can't be bothered to really pray to the one true God. And then one of their leaders is really, he's not even a Christian. He's an atheist, and his own, people have said, hey, he's not even a Christian. He's using it as a grift. He doesn't believe in the paranormal. This is a grift for him. Totally. And you're going like, this is these people, but they're not even the real danger. The real danger comes from above them, whoever's pulling the strings on these people. Because they're the ones that want you gone. They're the ones that are agitating these people to do what they're doing. And some of the stuff they say is so ridiculous. Like I cast a curse or spell on somebody's GPS.
Yeah.
What the hell?
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
I've been cursed before by witches, and it's not fun.
Yeah. It's crazy when they say things like that. And when you have somebody saying crazy, sick things like that, here's a little excerpt, and then I got to run for real here. It says here, let me see here. This guy writes books about me, man. I'm telling you. And it is absolutely nuts. He says, in answer to your question, demons got to do the work of their father. Remember that Satan is the God of this world, and he is the ordained magistrate. He has total control over those that belong to him. I didn't realize that before I heard the sermon podcast from a man who died in 1979 for about 30 minutes before having the Lord extend his life. This is the guy that wrote all this rambling, crazy stuff. He says he is now a minister who has adopted 32 children. I just thought I had a lot of stuff figured out. But remember, Jesse and Joe and JT and Nell. Jesse and Joe from Hellbent Holler. They're good friends of ours. And he says they have, JT and Nell have no control over their actions. Okay. None. They belong to Satan, and he controls their every move. Given over to a reprobate mind, they have chosen their master. And as Christ said of the Pharisees, you were of your father, the devil. The lies they tell are the native tongue to whom they belong. Yep. I knew some of the above, but did not realize they had pretty, what do you say here? They pretty much chose a way that worked to derail the momentum, and the conspiracy was executed. I know you forgave me for believing as soon as many honest individuals associated with him in PRT. Most have had their eyes open to it and left when his attacks on me. Yeah, so many people just left, dude, whatever. And he says his biggest supporter, he's saying he was my biggest supporter, began the attacks on him. No, you attacked me, dude. Those who never prayed for discernment from the Lord are left in his cult following. I would say I wish I had never met him, but met so many who will be lifelong friends. The Lord puts people in your lives for a reason and takes people away. I know when he filed a libelous claim against me, and he's talking about these other people. He says a libelous claim against me. So what that was is I filed a cease and desist against him, which he did not obey. Continues to cyber stalk me. And he posted this out there. His name is Larry Fisher. He posted it out there. He's a former law enforcement officer, and he is insane, in my opinion. In my opinion, he is crazy. He has made threats many, many times. So he says here, he goes, I know when he filled a libelous claim against me and Barton and Phil and Clough and the Hollies and Jen Marie and so many others with the FBI. And these guys became acquainted with me because of my past affiliation in city, state, and federal law enforcement. Yeah, because you lied to them. All of his claims were found to be lies. They pointed out to me that Nellie is in no way his wife, and I had wondered, given what others had told me about her past and associations in Mexico. But just remember,
Fuck.
but just remember the hedge of protection. Rudy prayed over you. Some Rudy guy he's always talking about. All will be revealed. Keep bouncing the curses he sent your way back to him. The witches and warlocks he has are not as strong as the Lord you serve. Principalities. The prayers Rudy Martinez said work to break the spell of the witches. And after Clough realized the curse on his GPS was from Josh.
Oh my,
This is retarded.
Yeah, he says, okay. Oh my gosh. Was from
You
Josh.
can't make this
The blood
up.
of Jesus over it, as Rudy had instructed. The GPS immediately came back. Now I understand why the prayers I said for Josh and those who lied about me did not work. The courts in the heavens corrected the problem inherent for praying for Satan. It is in conflict, but I didn't actually know back then that he belonged to Satan. The sermon, do not worry, Mike and Jessica, their destiny and the judgment is stored up for them. I forgive them, as difficult as that was, and moved on. That was hard for me. So I cannot imagine after Jess, Nell, and Jesse and Joe from Help and Holler and Krista, Bonds and Booze conspired together to destroy Mike's show. Okay. Whew, it's getting deep. So greedy for money and power and control that they would create a lie and execute.
Well, Josh, I talked to Joe the other day, and he looked like he was hot being outside. That might be from the devil.
Oh, really? Yeah, he was.
Yeah.
Yeah, because according to them, we're all heading to hell in a handbasket, and we're all gonna. So do you see that? You hear the ramblings and the madness. I cursed a person's GPS, right, folks? These
Their
people
car or their phone?
Do what?
Was it their car GPS or their phone?
I don't know. They just said the GPS on there. I got to get my spells right so I can curse the. What would be better to curse, the phone or the car? I don't know, whatever. But anyway.
Well, maybe the car they get lost.
Well, the GPS, so he'll get lost.
Oh my gosh. I think you're going to curse something to be more than a GPS. Wouldn't you go for something else? Like, I don't know, the person, like if you're going to throw a curse, I mean, but I know they throw curses at us because they've sat there and literally said them on their Facebook, literally. And if you read it, it is an absolute curse. They have prayed to God to kill us, in particular.
Yeah,
me.
literally. Yeah.
They've literally said it, and we put it on TLC News.
It's because y'all found the truth.
I'm telling you. And they are agitated as hell, and nobody does anything to them. And they're saying that we're trying to destroy this other guy's channel. Dude, he did it himself by having a dumpster fire of a chum bucket channel, dude. Come on, do better. Oh, I don't know why nobody wants to come and eat here. Well, maybe because you got roaches on the wall, dude. I mean, get over it.
You know what that sounds like? Okay. Yeah, they're trying to do you like the boss, Josh. They want to take over your vineyard.
Yeah.
And I'm also telling you, Josh, like the closer I've gotten to the actual truth of what this world is, the more I've been attacked, which is why I've been more on the offensive. Now I want to tell my story because I've been reading the Bible a lot, connecting it to things I see in real life, as well as watching your videos, watching a lot of other videos, and I'm just connecting so many things together. And it's so funny because I feel like the Bible didn't make sense for revelation type events until recently. And the church is really waking up to what is going on, and the fact that there are so many prophecies because God's word is 100% true, right? So all of His prophecies are going to come to pass. So we're just waiting, and we're seeing them revelate right in front of us. So sorry to take so much airtime here, but I feel like I wanted.
No, you didn't take any time. I wish.
Hey, Horace, have you read the Book of Enoch?
No, sir, but I have been looking into it a lot. I've been doing like a lot of research on it, like on YouTube videos and
Well, you
stuff.
got something to do tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah, check it out.
Hard
Read
to
it.
understand the Bible
believe
unless you read the Book of Enoch.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I want to. And sorry, Josh, this is your show, but I wanted to ask JD, like, why should I read it? How do we know for sure it's true? And
Because Enoch was the first holy man that was raptured,
right? But we don't know if
and
he's
he
actually
became the scribe of God.
Hold on. No, I want to say something here. And according to different beliefs, he became Metatron, but
yes,
it's all speculative. Now, you got to remember, though, Jesus does reference Enoch.
I was going to say there was a Book of Enoch in Jesus' house, so that's good enough for me.
That's good enough for me right there. So, but you also got to remember, too, there are different works that happen at different times. And like everything, you got to pray for discernment. The problem, though, is your neighbor who's a Muslim or a Hindu, they have the same fervor as you do about their faith. Got to remember that. I don't think that being not a Christian,
I'm in a conservative town, so I'm not worried about it.
Well, I don't think not being a Christian sends you to hell. I think it could stop you from going to God, though. That's the case.
I'm going to say
a lot of people don't get that.
I just want to say this about the Book of Enoch. There's two reasons, my brother, why you should read the Book of Enoch. Like they were saying about Jesus had it at his home. People always, if you run into lukewarm Christians, they'll tell you that nothing from the Old Testament is valid. They don't want to read it. They don't care about it. They don't, have nothing to do with it. And then you say to them, well, okay, so what did Jesus study while he was learning to be who he was supposed to be and how to be able to refute? There was no New Testament. He is the New Testament. Exactly. So the whole, everything he was going over and what he was learning and how he was able to, beat even the devil when he tried to take him up on the mount with the scriptures was Old Testament. And when I say Old Testament, Book of Enoch, Testament of Solomon, the warning at the end of the Testament of Solomon, back when he was still in his kingdom and he was still in control. I don't know if it was Asmodeus or Beelzebub, but one of the top demons told him, "You only have us to torment for a time, King. That's all right, because in the near future, we'll be free to roam the earth again, because man will become rebellious, will rebel against God, and also men will not know the names of the angels which thwart us." So you look at what's going on today. The Testament of Solomon is not canonical. The Book of Enoch is not canonical, and there's other stuff. But I will say this: the second to last book in the Bible is the Book of Jude.
Can I ask you real quick? Wait, do you think that's intra-war? Do you think that's like Satan within the church, trying to remove these books?
Well, okay, I'm gonna say this, and it's not Satan within the church; it's Satan's church that did that.
Yeah,
like the Catholic Church.
Well, it's not just the Catholics, brother. But yeah, them.
No, I'm actually just asking.
No. There was them specifically, and even there was some Lutherans. There was a lot of different groups who decided, hey, we'll keep some of this stuff out. Here's what you have to think about: if I'm a wicked man, say me, Josh, and Tony and Dick, we've all got maybe the top sects of Christianity that we're in control of at the time, maybe 1400 AD, right? And we get together and decide, hey, you know what? If we want to keep control over people, keep them giving money and make them believe that they have to come to us and go through us in order to have a good relationship with Christ, we need to take this, that, and this out of the Bible. And it's all about control, brother. But the book of Jude references the book of Enoch.
Yep.
So there's no way that the book of Enoch
Jude does as well.
Huh?
Jude does as well.
Yeah, Jude does. Book of Jude.
Oh, cool.
So if
The
you, I want you
Ethiopian
to,
Bible has all the books in it.
there you go.
Yeah, I
go.
knew they had Enoch. I didn't know they had the other ones, like the Book of Jubilees. Do you guys believe in that? Because I don't know what I believe in. I just have heard of it.
Well, Adam and Eve didn't have two sons; they had more than one child.
Can you repeat that, JD?
Adam and Eve had more than two sons. Two guys can't repopulate the earth, so they had daughters.
Right. Yeah.
And the Book of Jubilee talks about that.
The Catholic Bible has additional books in it as well.
Very true.
Chaplain Tony, is that, and sorry if I'm asking too many questions here because I know we're trying to, but does that agree with what King of Grooves here was saying about there's some canonical books that were in Jesus's house around the time he was growing up when he was learning about his father?
Well, he studied the Old Testament and probably mainly the first 5 books of the Bible, which is what a lot of the Jewish religion is based on. And then they have some other writings in the Jewish religion that have nothing to do with the Old Testament. And those are kind of interesting to look at.
They sure are.
From a negative point of view. That's my opinion.
The Talmud, Babylonian Talmud.
The Talmud, Talmud is not a good thing.
Yeah.
The Book of Enoch was common knowledge back then.
I'm sorry?
I said the Book of Enoch was common knowledge back then. Even the disciples knew those.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Now, there's 3 different books, I think, of Enoch. And 2 of them, I think, some of the Bible scholars don't feel like they're that solid, but the original book of Enoch is thought to be the one that Jesus was familiar with, as well as other biblical scholars of the time. But you have to understand that back during Jesus' time, most people were illiterate.
Mm-hmm. I got to say this too, because I got to run the Tanakh, which was the Jewish oral tradition, which was put into a written form, right? You got to remember that is something that they talk about things in there that that's not in the Bible, not in the Old Testament, and it gives you a really weird picture of what this is. And where they talk about Yahweh, David saw Yahweh, and Yahweh was a dragon. The dragon is always a bad guy in the Bible, but in their tradition, he's not. They don't look at the Old Testament as anything but a collection of mismatched history books. That's what the Jewish people told me. I can tell you this, though. Jesus did not stay in the Levant 100% because we have records. Now, people in the West will say, well, that's unsubstantiated, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, but the people in the East don't say that because there are records of him having been in the ashrams and the temples, in these faraway lands. Thailand, they have record of him. They have records of him in so many different countries. Tibet, he was there. I know he was there. I know he was in India. He traveled all over India. 18 years. We don't have any record of where he was or what he was doing, but we do have records of where he was and what he was doing because they're in the East. I have a lot of friends. Let me tell you something. I got to tell you this, and this isn't a virtue signaling thing. I cannot stand that. Look at me. I'm so good because I talk to different people. No, dude, let me tell you something, though. Next time you meet a person from India, get to know them maybe. Maybe they don't have any information. Maybe they do. It's hit or miss. Sometimes they do. Sometimes they don't. I started up a conversation at Sam's Club. I was in there buying some stuff or whatever. I go to Sam's. Sometimes I go to Costco. It just depends on what the need is for my business. So Sam's, I was in there. It was the day before yesterday. The lady was from India, the one that checked us out. Started up a conversation with her. And she had some things to say. She was pretty cool. But let me tell you something, man. You meet people all the time from different places. They're different regions where they're from. This woman was from Gutara, which is the port of Gutara. It's a Gujarati. It's, there are a lot of those here. They're merchants. They come here, because there's money. There's a place to make money. Business. But the Roma people originally came from there. You know who the Roma are? They're gypsies. They brought an esoteric knowledge with them because everywhere that Alexander founded, which was one of the places he founded, that was an Alexandrian port. Everywhere he put a port, he put a library. The Library of Alexandria is in Egypt, but it's also in other places. See, the problem is when somebody says that's not true, it's not true to them. They're not saying that, they're not actually accusing you of a lie. In reality, what they're saying is it's ignorant. They don't know. So they're saying what they know. So they say, it doesn't exist except for in my understanding. But the problem is that all these religions have some truth. They're not all correct, but they do have some truth. It's like a star fell from the sky and everybody grabbed a piece of it and said, I got the truth. They're waving it around. You got a piece of it. Jesus went all the way through China. He was everywhere, and there are records of him, but a lot of these records have been destroyed too, because the powers that be, i.e. the Shaitan that run everything from top to bottom, have a vested interest in keeping us ignorant and stopping us from learning the truth, because the world instantly changes once we learn that he was in a lot of different places. Where do you think he went? Do you think he was just hanging out? He was just hanging out and nobody knows where he was at? And the Bible just gives us almost 20 years of whatever. We don't know. We do know. And that's why I went to the East to look. That's why you go there, and you can go there. You can go there right now. You have a magic thing that gives you the mysteries of the universe right here at your hands. I tell people, go look it up. I can't find it. Use another search engine. They are going to lie. But if anything is worth doing, is worth doing right. And me, I've put an enormous amount of work into digging and digging and digging, and some things turn into dead ends. And then sometimes you'll pull a thread and you'll just get a bunch of information. You're mining. You're literally mining for knowledge. Knowledge is more valuable than gold. Knowledge is more valuable than time, and time is the currency here, isn't it? But that is the most important thing, because knowledge will give you a tool that you can circumvent time and space with. You think I'm joking? These people are hoarding the most precious asset that the world has ever known, and that is the knowledge that was accorded to us by Christ.
Mm-hmm. Amen.
That's why people can argue over these few books that we got. I say few, maybe 200. That's a tip of the iceberg, man. I'm telling you. Try to read and write in different languages. It helps, because then you open up a whole new world. And then you start to learn, and you're like, this is knowledge. I need to get this out. And I try to disseminate it as fast as I can. But the crowd is only so far. And then you're going to get people that are going to taper off and be like, I want to hear about Dogman. And, that's good. That's fine. I want to hear about aliens or ghosts, whatever, and then they're going to taper off. And then you're going to keep going and going and going. By the time you get to the top of the mountain, you might have a tenth of the people there.
Well, hey, you know what, Josh? That's what hooked me was Dogman, and you're talking about Christ now, so I'm in for that reason.
Yeah, and it's all connected.
Yeah.
It's all freaking connected, dude. And Dogman to me is something that's evil. It's a bad thing. It does a bad thing to people.
Yeah.
But you can find darkness can envelop something, but there's always the light that is there. The darkness is just trying to cover it. It can't destroy it, but it tries to cover it and hide it from you.
Yeah, and when Satan reaches out and when he tries to manipulate God's children, sometimes they defect. And sometimes they're like, okay, well, there's a darkness. There must be a light. And that was my case. I was like, okay, there is definitely a dark side of this world that I do not understand. And that's why I understand now there must be a light side. So and that's what brought me to God. But I found the dark first. And there are some people out there who might need to hear that, who are in the dark.
That's the thing. People do they that right there is the key. Jesus didn't hang around with all of the people who were already on board with whatever. He hung around with the people that needed to hear his message.
Yep. The tax collectors.
He rubbed off on them, not the other way around. You can be around all kinds of reprobates, but you don't let them rub off on you.
Mm-hmm.
You and you can do it in a gentle way. You don't have to come out with a sword and the Bible and try to threaten everybody. Just tell them, look, there is another way. This is the way.
Yeah.
And present it with the facts that are there that you have.
Right.
God will do the rest. He'll take care of you. I'm telling you. There's an art to that. And there's an art to bringing people to Christ. You're not trying to con anybody. It's all truth.
And God bless the first person I ever tried to evangelize to.
Yeah.
A lot of people just don't have the knowledge.
Yeah. And so we together, we can do this. But you got to remember, there's going to be pitfalls. There's going to be setbacks. There's going to be attacks. There's going to be everything. It's not going to be easy. The road is not easy. But at the end, it's worth it. Because if you could just save one person from the bowels of hell,
amen,
you fulfilled something.
And Josh, if I could just say one thing too, I watch a lot of NDEs. It's an interest of mine. I love correlating data from one to the other. And one thing I've heard preeminently among these NDEs is Jesus appearing to people and saying, my people die for lack of knowledge. And I don't know, it seems to be a preeminent thing. And I definitely think that Jesus is talking about Christians professing to be Christians and not even having read the Gospels.
They don't know.
Things like that, and it is such an easy, light read. The Gospels are easy.
So much, people will read hours and hours of anime and watch all these shows and play all these games, and then when and my friends, and I've talked to them, and they're like, "Oh yeah, I just haven't got to it. I need it. I haven't had a chance to read it." Yeah, but you could watch the Cowboys lose.
Which I do every Sunday.
Yeah, I do too. I mean, but I not last year. I didn't watch.
I'm also from Texas, brother.
I didn't watch them last year. I just was like, I'm done with these people, man. I love
neither,
them.
brother.
They hurt. They break my heart every year. Dak is just he's vile.
Well, he's way too focused on making commercials for like sleeping.
I just wish that he could get that ring and do what we got to do. But it is what it is.
Yeah.
But I tell my friends all the time, I'm like, you're not. You can go eat wings and watch the UFC, but you can't read. And then they're like, well, that's what we got you for. They make the joke about it. I'm like, oh, so it's my job to read and teach you everything. Yeah. Maybe it is.
I've had family members and friends, go to church on Sunday and think that they're filled with some new knowledge of the Holy Spirit or whatnot. Yeah. It'll be some nonsensical false doctrine. I've had them come quote things to me that are not in the Bible at all. They completely go against the teachings of Christ and any teachings of any of the prophets. And I'll ask them, they'll say, well, Pastor said, and I'm like, Pastor said, and that's in the Bible. And I would say, okay, so where is this in the Bible? Man, I have pissed off so many family members, girlfriends, homeboys, whoever. And you know what they'll say? They'll say, well, they say the devil knows the Bible better than any man. It's like, what the hell are you trying to say? And my response to that is,
you're the devil.
Right. So Satan's your enemy. So he knows the Bible better than any man, right? So shouldn't you know the scripture just as well? Isn't that how Jesus rebuked him up on the mount? Amen. So you should know the scriptures too, right? So don't just sit around ignorant. I mean, I hate to use a Star Wars reference, but that's how the Sith Lords came in and took over and destroyed everything, because the Jedi, when Qui-Gon came in there, what was his name? Obi-Wan said, I think it was the Sith Lord. They were like, I don't think they could have returned without us knowing about it.
Yeah, but that's what the Sith did, right? They corrupted what was already good, which was the Jedi.
Bro, you got pastors. No, you got pastors in these churches that are, and there was, they might not be up no more. There was videos from back in the day on YouTube and other platforms. You have pastors in some small churches and big churches that are literally Satanists posing as pastors. And I know,
you're right.
Yeah, attest to that. Sure. I know
they're infiltrating everywhere, dude. I mean, that's what I think some of this stuff has been attacking us too. I think that's a classic thing. I think that's what they're doing, and they're just using the communist playbook of accusing the enemy of what they're doing. And then they're even saying, well, look at what they're doing. They're accusing us of what they're doing. And I'm like, that's exactly what you just keep doing that. Because if you want to know the truth, just go to PRT News and you'll see it. Repost what they say. It's right there. Like, you can't deny what you just wrote. And you are making wild accusations and claims that are just completely unfounded. Our growth has slowed down big time because of the attacks. They're constantly mass reporting us. And, we returned the favor like once or twice in this whole thing. And they're like, oh, look what they did. They're hurting because you do it every freaking day. Then one of them even brags that she reports every single video of ours.
Mm-hmm.
Amazing.
And they watch and record every video we make. But it did one thing for me. Something good always comes of this. It makes me sharper, makes me more focused and more on point of what I do and say. You make a mistake, it's right there for everybody. I tell people, you got to have brass balls and you have to have sand if you're going to do this live stream.
Yeah.
You got 5 hours of mistakes there that they can pick apart and they can rip you apart if you make a mistake. And when you make a mistake, you got to own it. That's it. You make a mistake. Earlier, I made the mistake of when I was trying to make a point and I repeated what the lady had said about the numbers of minutes or whatever. And it was 80, it was 84,000, whatever. But I said 24,800 when it was 84,800. So I got it mixed, whatever. But they'll take that mistake and they're going to rip you apart.
And Josh, can I just ask?
Yeah, say whatever you got to say.
And they're also like, what are you going to do? Tell the police that a skinwalker ripped you off, or whatever it is, whatever you're battling. They're like, okay, go ahead and go to the police or go to whoever. I'm sure, right?
That's what gangsters do to each other.
Yeah.
Back in the day, I remember a lot of gangsters would just be like, well, I got ripped off. Who are you going to call? You're going to go call the police? Hey, they stole my dope. They stole my money. They stole my guns.
Right.
Yeah. And the police are going to be like, what were you doing with all that? Why did you have a tricked out AK that you're trying?
But we're battling a side that no one even believes in.
No. I mean, and that's what happens, and I can tell you this, a lot of the darkness preys on other darkness. It does. There are people that I've talked to, a couple from Arizona. Remember the couple, they were talking about the skinwalker that was basically partying outside their house all day. I mean, not all day, but all night. They didn't believe in Christ.
Mm-hmm.
That was their problem. And I said, why didn't you call upon Christ? And like, well, we don't believe like that. I'm like, well, then enjoy the party because it's going to be out there again and again.
Mm-hmm.
And it's until you let it in. And then the lady was even talking about maybe giving it a peace offering. I'm like, doing mental and spiritual gymnastics instead of just calling on Christ. In the name of Christ, I rebuke you. Why is that so hard? Because you just don't want to do it because you don't believe and you're not going to. I said, so when you're standing on the edge of oblivion, are you going to believe then? When it's too late? That's a problem. Anyways, folks, I really got to run. I've stayed way too long. You guys could have told your stories by the time we stayed here, but it wasn't your fault. Nothing like that. Guys, get in touch with me, please.
Hey, Josh, I'll email you my story. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and I would like to talk to you. We'll get on the phone and we'll talk. And JD, you too. All of you guys, please email me and let's get contacts and let's get your stories out there. And if you do it on the podcast episode, did you get both? You get the pod people and the YouTubers. So you get them both on there. Thank you guys for tuning in. And my voice is going hoarse, and we'll be on tomorrow with a pre-record. And then Wednesday, we got a story of a woman. I'm going to talk to her. I'm supposed to be talking to her now. Gosh, dog it. But got to do my job now. Her story, really interesting, and it is going to be very pivotal. You guys got to listen on Wednesday because it's going to tell you this is how stuff happens, and you don't even know it's happening. She didn't know it was happening, or why it was happening. Because she had something on her she didn't even know. So she's going to finish up with me tonight. We're going to get that done. And it's very interesting.
Cool.
Okay. So, all right, guys, I'll see you. I love you guys. I really do. I love you guys and gals. You're the best. You're all great people. Just being here, trying to learn and listening is very important. And don't put me on a pedestal. Do not, because I don't believe in anybody being up here. We're all together. We're all the same.
Can I say something, Josh?
Go ahead, JD.
These things are very, very real. They're not a joke. Mm-hmm. They're not to play games with. These things are very real. So you have to learn how to deal with these things. And if you don't know how, your churches and your people who are in these churches, 90% of them don't even believe that they're real. These are very real things. Witches are real. Vampires are real. Bigfoot is real. I know because I've dealt with them firsthand.
Yeah.
Listen to what this man is telling you and try to get an understanding on what to do to help yourself out, to protect yourself. And I'm telling you, these things are not your friends. They're not something to play around with. I can guarantee it. My butt still puckers from the Bigfoot that chased me out of the woods.
Yeah.
It's very real.
Yeah.
What state was that, brother?
Kentucky.
Oh wow. Giant cave system.
Wow. Wow.
Missouri is the
No,
only
this was
state that
in
has more caves.
Independence, Kentucky.
Yeah. Well, the whole state is built on a giant cave. It really is. You know, it's a giant cave system, dude. Missouri is the only state that has more caves than Kentucky.
You know what you sound like, Josh?
What?
That's what this thing is. It's one giant coffin.
That's right. All right, guys, I gotta run. I will see you guys tomorrow night. We'll have the podcast episode up. Okay. Good night.
God bless y'all.
Good night, Josh.
God bless
God
everybody.
God bless y'all.
God bless.
All right, guys, I got to run. I really do. I appreciate everybody being on. I stayed way too long, and I got things. I got a full night ahead of me. I got to go. Pray for me. I pray for you. Thank you, guys. I'll see you. Good night.